Welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting of the Cape Coral City Council. Today is December 8th, 2021. This meeting now comes to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gunter,
Here.
Council members Costin,
Here.
Hayden,
Here.
Long,
Here.
Nelson,
Here.
Shepherd,
Here.
Tate,
Here.
Welsh,
Here.
all present.
Thank you. Item 4 is business. 4A is citizens input. Citizens input time, there's a maximum of 60 minutes is set for the input of citizens on matters concerning city government. 3 minutes per individual. Please remember to state your name. Anyone wishing to participate in citizens input is asked to use the podium to my left in front of the doors.
Good afternoon, Jay Johnson, Public Roadhouse Director. I just wanted to bring the council's attention, which I'm sure you're already aware, that yesterday the Lee County DOCC approved interlocal funding for the beach and shoreline of $4.5 million. And of that, only $136,000 can be paid for. And I just wanted to express my displeasure in that, and not so much with the Visitor and Convention Bureau, but yet with the city, because that was the only application we put in for the year. That money is there, it's available to us as a community. I think we need to do a better job of making sure that we're taking advantage of it. I do know that the city has put in some requests for the current year. However, we should be looking at all opportunities for funding that's available through the beach and shoreline, through events, and other funds that the Visitor Convention Bureau has. I don't believe that us not having a seat on the TDC has any impact on it, because we didn't put the request in. We never asked for the money. And if we don't ask for the money, it doesn't matter if we have a seat or not on the TDC. It doesn't make a difference. We have to ask. And it's our job as a community to ask, and it's your job to make sure that we ask. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the council and make sure we address that for future years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Anyone else wishing to speak during citizens input? Seeing none, citizens input is now closed. Is there any council discussion on citizens input? Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to address what Mr. Johnson's comment was, he is correct. However, I believe, Jay, that the new TDC funding cycle for next year's grants start this spring. And I believe that that $136,000 was from the Serena Vista. Oh, Carrie. Hi, Carrie. Come, Carrie. Can you clarify this? Because I'm just going off my very bad memory. But I know that he's right. There's a lot of money available. So I don't know if we've identified additional projects or not. So if you want to.
Yes, Carrie Running Parks Director. We applied, you have to apply as of around February each year. So this process is actually the end of the process and what we get granted. And due to the COVID-19 and everything, we asked for that amount of money for maintenance of our beach and shoreline parks. And we will be asking more, something different when it comes up to the new February deadline. And just to add to that is we also asked for almost $150,000 more from the TDC in addition to for the Serena Vista Park bathroom that we were short money on.
Right, I remember that. And then also, do you know if the state considers us or the FDEP considers our shoreline critically eroded? Are we considered a critically eroded? You don't know?
Not that I'm aware of, but we will. I mean, it's Yacht Club obviously will be redone, starting this year. So then they'll be adding, and it should be fine at that point in time after construction.
We might want to check with Mr. City Manager, maybe Maya Robert and her team, to see if the FDEP has, or if we've ever asked if we were critically eroded, because we can get a percentage in addition we can get some of that coastal resiliency money that's available on the state level. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Johnson, for bringing that to our attention. But I'm looking forward to the additional funds that we'll be applying for in February. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Long.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just to follow up on that point as well, I think it's something that we're actually set to discuss later on in the agenda with regards to grant writing services and potential avenues to make sure that we get the most out of the available funds that are out there locally and statewide. So thank you again for bringing that to the attention of the city, and it's something that we're going to be discussing here shortly.
Okay, seeing no other comments, we'll move on to item 4B1, which is quarterly capital improvement projects. Update, Mr. City Manager.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. It's time for your quarterly updates on a variety of topics, and we're going to start off with an update on our major capital improvement projects throughout the city, and we'll have the Director of the Utilities Department, Mr. Jeff Pearson, and the Director of the Office of Capital Improvements, Paul Klingon, come up to the podium, and they're going to tag team on their presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jeff Pearson, Utilities Director. I have a short presentation on our utility projects. The first one I'd like to talk about is the Fort Myers Reclaimed Water Transmission Main. So far, we've received a little over $10 million in grant funding for this project. The estimated construction cost is around $20 million. So far, we have done quite a bit of work on this. We've bid the subaqueous and overland portions of the project back in July and September. Council recently awarded the overland portion just this past month, and the subaqueous crossing portion is under review by the Department of Administrative Hearings. We plan on beginning construction of the overland portion, which is from Horton Park back to the Everest Water Reclamation Facility, beginning next month in January. And we're still trying to hold to the January 15th, 2023 deadline that is in our agreement between Fort Myers and the city. The next project I'd like to speak about is the Southwest Water Reclamation Facility Operations Building. That project is currently, the construction is underway. The next step is to complete construction, and we plan on doing that by November of next year. The next project is the Reservoir Pipeline and Pump Station Engineering Project. That final design is underway. Right now, they're currently out doing surveying. And just to refresh everyone's memory, we do have a 20-year water use permit to withdraw water from the Southwest Aggregates mine. And we have a 3-year agreement. And we've received approximately $1.5 million in grants. The next steps are to complete engineering design by next August, bid the project next fall, and complete the project by December of 2023. The next project is Southwest Reuse Tank Project. That project is moving very rapidly. There's some pictures there of taken from a drone of the project. The top one is of the 2 5 million gallon tanks, which will hold reclaimed water. And the bottom picture is of the pumping facilities. It's very impressive. We plan on completing that project no later than May of next year, possibly sooner.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can just make a comment on this one last project. I know that there was some concern from adjacent businesses that this project was going to have a detrimental impact on their business operations. And I'm happy to say that up until this point, we've had absolutely no issues that I am aware of with regard to those adjacent businesses. We've been able to manage this project without impacting their operations.
The next project that I'd like to speak about is the Nicholas Parkway West and East Water Main and Roadway improvements. There's 2 phases to this project. One phase is west of Santa Barbara up to Pine Island Road, and the other section of the project is east of Santa Barbara back to Cultural Park. And those 2 projects, the west section, if you have driven down there recently, that project is currently under construction. We have recently, council approved a notice to proceed for the Nicholas Parkway East section, which is going to be issued this month. The next steps are to complete the west section this coming April, and the east section will be completed February of '23. The Palm Tree Phase 1 and 2 water main project is currently, we're completing design. We added some of the CRA force main to this project, so we didn't have 2 different contractors go in and tear up the road and do the subaqueous borings under some of the canals that we have to cross. So we added it to this project. We've been completed with design for this for a while now, but when we started the CRA project, we found that we could save approximately $2 million in pipe from shortening the route by including it with this design. The next steps for this project is to complete this design and permitting, bid the project, and complete construction by June of '23, which is also in line with the CRA project, sewer project. And this is the next project that I have shown on the presentation. This is the CRA ARPA-funded project. We believe that we may come in potentially under that $25 million figure, hopefully closer to 20 to 21 million based on recent estimates. The force main design is currently at 60%. The master pump station that'll be located on 47th Terrace is at 30% design. And the next steps are to complete engineering design by this coming February and complete construction in June of '23, in ample time for the new project that's happening in the CRA. The next project is our North RO plant supply wells. We have the status is we've issued an RFP for engineering services. We're currently negotiating that contract. That'll be coming to council for consideration. And also, we have applied for an alternative water supply grant from South Florida Water Management District for their fiscal year '22 budget. And we recently completed drilling 1 supply well. The next steps is to design, permit, and bid and construct 5 additional wells and raw water main that will connect the wells back to the plant. And we anticipate completing design and bid by December of next year. And that's all I have. I'm available for any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question from Mr. Pearson? Councilmember Tate.
Not related to this slide, I believe, but the landscape to go around off of Kismet for that plant, that's in this coming year's budget?
Yes, for the wall.
Yes.
Yes, we are going to be moving forward with that. We're working with procurement to keep that moving forward.
Is that in it, like, does it have to go through a design phase and then?
It's actually, it's pretty much complete design, but we do need some additional surveying, and there might be some tweaks to the design, so we should be able to get that completed rather quickly. And once we do that, we'll put it out on the street for bids.
So it'll have more than a wall, right? It will be some greenery around it and all of that? Okay.
Absolutely, yes. We are required by Department of Community Development to, in our site plan, to add all of that around the wall to
Be
pretty it up.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I don't see any other comments, so thank you, Mr. Pearson. And our next item on here is the quarterly park go bond update? Or do we have a phase two? Second here.
And so while we wait on Paul to bring that up, just as a reminder, as part of fiscal year 22 budget, we implemented a minor organizational restructuring wherein we created a office of capital improvements that is dedicated to moving the city's major capital projects along, so the Public Works Department can focus on what they do best, which is operations and maintenance. So we have a standalone unit. Mr. Clinton was appointed earlier this year to be the director of that office, and he's going to give you a little bit more of a background on how the office is set up. He has his presentation.
Thank you. Paul Klingon, Director of Capital Improvements. The Office of Capital Improvements, we transferred 16 FTEs from Public Works. We had 2 as far as myself and an administrative assistant. Utilities Extension has 6 FTEs. The Parks, Facilities, Miscellaneous Projects, 6 FTEs. And Construction Management Support. The office will primarily do the Utilities Extension projects, design, permitting, and construction. Parks Go Bond will primarily take over for construction. Public Works will still be involved with the designs. They're so actively been involved. Major city facilities, design, permitting, construction. Certainly miscellaneous projects coordinating with Public Works and Utilities. Any projects assigned by the city manager. We're estimating $200 million per year in projects with this group. North 2, you can see here, we're almost at the end. The key takeaway here is at Plumbers Connections, we're at 87% complete. So and there's just a few streets that left to be paved. We're still waiting for some cleaning up some of the sewer services. North 1 is going to be about $300 million. Our design is 70% complete. This area here is about 30% complete, which we're calling Contract 11. At one of our meetings, we had discussed splitting and phasing North 1 in with the North 1A UEP service area and the North 1B. The UEP master plan, we had met with utilities, and North 3 is proposed to be constructed after North 1, and we're presently reviewing the feasibility of North 11 being constructed after North 3, as requested by council. Which I just mentioned, Parks Improvements, Public Works is staying with the coordinating for the design and permitting. Then when it goes to construction, the Capital Improvements Office will take over the construction. The police training facility, Schinkel Schultz, is 30% complete with design. We have Kaufman Lynn as a CMAR. The $6.7 million, these budgets that we're presenting are the budgets, but as everyone knows, costs each month are increasing. So this is only at 30% design, so that's something that we're looking at as far as all these projects, value engineering, etc. Fire training facility, Sweet Sparkman, about 10% complete on design. We have right construction for CMAR. We're proposing that would be completed early 2023. Fire Station 12, we have the same team on that, Sweet Sparkman and Wright Construction. That construction is 60% complete, so early 2022 that will be completed. Fire Station 13, we have in the budget to do the design and permitting in the Phase 1 for the CMAR. And then if the money for 2023, we could start construction early 2023. New fleet facility, there was $2 million in the 2022 budget for a design and a study of where the fleet facility could be located, and then potentially construction in 2023. The 140 bridge rehabilitation program, we just completed 27 Sonnevoy bridges for $880,000, and Volcare was selected for engineering services. We'll be coming back to council the first meeting in January to approve the inspection prioritization of the bridge rehab and replacement. As far as the 28 weirs, we'll be coming back to council in January also. We're finalizing a contract with AIM Engineering to review all the weirs structurally and prioritize those. D&D boat ramp, the design is by AECOM is 60% complete. Staff's still working for the right-of-way interlocal agreement with Lee County. So these are now projects that will still stay with Public Works, and that's primarily the Sun Trail. You can see the roads, the alleys, median sidewalks, water quality projects, miscellaneous CRA. There's estimated to be approximately $20 million per year of projects in Public Works. The Sun Trail, you can see phase 1 is started in May, completion November 2022, so that's about 35% complete. The phase 2, we have the $6.2 million grant for construction starting 2025, and we just got the grant for phase 3, which is the design. The road paving program, we had $6.7 million in 2021. The last part of that for local roads phase 2 will be complete in March of 2022. And then for the $6.5 million in fiscal year 2022, we have $4.3 million for local roads. That's coming either, I believe it's probably the first meeting in January for council approval. Alley paving, we have a $3 million budget. Design's complete. We're going to be coming back to discuss the assessment methodology at a January 22 COW. Median landscaping program, Chiquita and Rose Garden bids were due in December. We didn't get any bids for Chiquita. Good news is we did get bids in. We got 2 bids in for Rose Garden, and that bid opening was today, but I don't know the results. But we did get 2 bids. We have the $2.3 million budget for median landscaping, and then also in process we have the country club median that the CRA is funding. Sidewalk program, the money set aside, the $2,021,000, we'll be finishing that up in early 2022, and we have $2.5 million in fiscal year 2022, and we'll be evaluating priorities based on major roads located within 1 mile of schools. Miscellaneous water quality projects, the new fertilizer ordinance was approved. 10 bubble curtains were below our budget, so that's in process. Palmetto Pines Golf Course irrigation intake, that design is 50% complete. The Southeast Cape saltwater canal dredging, again in January for council award and approval. We've been installing the BMATs in various locations, and Public Works is pre-qualifying contractors for on-call algae removal services. Any questions?
Councilmember Hayden.
Paul, maybe you know, or the fire chief knows, the design only 10% complete on the fire tower. We seem to have awarded that a while back. Is this one on course, or are there delays that we're not aware of on getting that designed?
Is the chief here? Do you have a little more insight?
Good afternoon, Ryan Lamb, Fire Chief. So once the award came before council, I forget exactly when that came, but we've been working pretty steadily since that date with the construction manager and that contractor. They brought in a number of individuals. Avalon Engineering, specifically, we're looking at wetland mitigation right now is one of the primary issues of things we're looking through. So we are hopeful that in the next couple weeks we will end up with plans, but at this point I believe we are probably a little further along than 10%, but making steady progress, and it's there's not this isn't sitting on a shelf waiting. That is being actively worked on daily.
Okay,
to
and
get
we
this
were
progress.
already aware of there might be some wetland issues that we had to work through.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We had a pre-site map done, so those are just some of the things that we're just developing the solutions, access, how do we bring in the utilities and the power, that is being actively discussed right now.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tate?
I have a couple of questions, Paul. If you go back to the design study for fleet, while we're doing the design study, don't we actually have to have a location so we can do a proper design?
Correct, that's part of the, sorry, that's part of the study, where will we locate the new fleet facility?
So we'll study that first and then we'll work on.
It's part of the
design.
same, it's a task within the same contract as well.
All right, and on road paving, are there major roads, ways that will be paved during this coming year or during season?
Probably not as far as, because right now we're putting out the local roads, and that's about 4 million, then there's about 2 million for major roads. So that's not out to bid yet.
Perfect, that's the correct answer. There's no projects during season time on main roads, that's what I was to make sure. When you say the alley paving on the assessments, does that mean that each business owner that has access to the alleys, how will that be assessed?
Yes,
That's in the CRA.
correct.
Yeah.
We're at the point where, sorry, I'm trying to get there.
That's okay.
Okay.
There.
That is, we have paved all the alleys that we can. Then these are the alleys, portions of the alleys that in each of the blocks where there's some pavement that people have put in when they've built, and then there's still some dirt.
Right.
So those that have built the buildings had to pave. So this is the discussion we're going to be having with council at the COW, is how do we assess them? Do we assess them? How
So
do we
we are
assess
gonna
them?
have that
And it'll be a methodology.
Discussion. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, and dredging, I thought we discussed that we were going to begin the privatization of dredging or hiring someone to do all our dredging so we could get to more dredging than less.
Yes, and that's with that 1.4 million is with an outside contractor.
An outside
And that's
end.
coming in
And
January.
how many miles or where is that area?
That's in the southeast part of the Cape.
Well, that's a big area, so
Um,
define that just a little
See,
more.
I'll ask Mike Ilchizen if he knows how many miles.
I mean, is it like south, is it like on the west side of Del Prado? Is it the east side, the sailboat access side?
It's that quadrant. Maybe.
just-
I'm sure Mike will
Okay.
know the details.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Most of the dredging is down in and around the Yacht Club area, so
Okay.
Driftwood, Lucerne, Coronado, and there are 2 isolated areas up by Everest, but further in towards the main canals.
Okay, so good. That's good to know. Okay, thank you. And that was it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Long?
Thank you, Mayor. Paul, a quick question, this one might have slipped past me. Can you explain real briefly the Palmetto Pines irrigation intake?
Yes, that was a couple of years ago with the golf course at Palmetto Pines. Their intake for their irrigation is off a canal, and that feeds into the system, and they do the irrigation and watering for the, for the golf course. But then that discharge is in the same location. So with fertilizing, it was cycling back through, and we had issues with that canal. So the idea is to go to the canal, I don't recall the name, to the west, and pump from there, and then would have better flow and circulation through the golf course. Now, we do share the golf course ponds with some of our drainage system from our roads.
Okay.
So it's a joint effort that we're working that out with the golf course.
So this has been underway for some time then?
Yes.
Okay, because I mean, the reason I ask is that we had an issue, I believe, earlier in the year again with discharge creating some cyanobacteria, some algae blooms, and there was some conversations that were had about whether or not how we could resolve that by potentially reducing stormwater runoff fees and stuff like that. But it sounds like that's a different discussion. I just wanted to make sure.
Right, that's
I want to make sure this wasn't directly related to that, but this is in place prior to that.
Yes, so that's part of that process, that's part of the issue, where they discharge, they're just taking that back, and if there's the fertilizer.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple questions about the alleyways as well. The $3 million is not going to pave any of the alleys. That was just for design.
Oh, no, that's for the design is complete. That's for the actual work, the drainage, and the actual pavement and the base, the road
And
base.
then so that's funded, but then we're looking at maybe assessing the businesses to recoup that $3 million, or what was kind of explain what we're going to be talking about as far as the assessment.
All right, so the
methodology.
$3 million budget, that's for the estimated construction costs. We haven't gone out to bid. Is that, I don't recall, but we've been putting away money for the alley paving, and there's X amount in that. So this is where with the other alley paving, the pavement was already in place. So then it's up to the city to maintain it. So these are areas on Del Prado that there's it leapfrogs. So there's pavement and then no pavement. So this is where the fairness comes in, and council has to decide is the individuals that already built the building and put the pavement in, is then there's areas that don't have pavement. So that's where you'd come into the potential assessments.
Okay, and the design is for the whole city, or is it just sections of the city?
No, that's just primarily the alleys, probably mainly west of Del Prado and a little bit into the CRA. Okay. And that'll complete all the alley paving on both sides of Del Prado and into the CRA.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Cosden.
Thank you, Mayor. On the Palmetto Pines issue, was there a cost on the slide, or is that still being figured out?
It's still being designed.
So, and it just seems like it's also being determined what the cost share will be?
Correct. It's, like I said, we share the stormwater system with them from our roads. So we're right now in the process of doing the design, and then we're going to be getting with Palmetto Pines and see what kind of cost sharing we can do, because potentially the pump would be on their property. So that's to be determined.
Okay, so we're just designing it at our
Right,
cost?
right now, we're just designing it.
Okay. For what it's worth, I think that they should be majority responsible, because it's their specific business operation that's causing the pollutants to go into the water. So, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up as well, because this system here is basically for the irrigation for Palmetto Ponds Golf Course. So I know we share some of the ponds there for stormwater runoff, but the primary cause here is probably because of the contaminants on that particular facility and the irrigation and the runoff going into the canals. So when we start looking at the cost sharing percentages, in my opinion, a majority of that percentage should be bared by the golf course. But I know we'll have future discussions on that. Another thing, I know you didn't mention it, but since dredging was mentioned, I happened to be a guest speaker at the Northwest Community Association meeting. One of the concerns was getting access out to Charlotte Harbor, or there's a very narrow channel to get out in the northern spreader out to the Gulf. Now I know a majority of this area is probably outside the jurisdiction of Cape Coral, but it still hampers the navigational aspect for the residents in the northern part of the city. Is that something that we've looked at in the past? Is that something that we will be looking at in the future, or possibly looking to the state to see if we can get any help there?
So, Mr. Mayor, are you referring to the area down by where D&D is?
Yeah, when you go past D&D, going out, and probably, I think Mr. Ilchism's probably familiar. Once you get past D&D and you're going out, and you're going by Matt Lachey area, it is extremely narrow and very shallow through there. And one of the concerns that, many of the concerns from many residents was the accessibility leading out to Charlotte Harbor or out to the Matt Lachey Bridge. So I'm not exactly sure if that's state waterways, they handle that, but is that something that we are at least addressing?
Again, Mike Ilchism, Interim Public Works Director. So the city has a 10-year maintenance dredging permit that we are able to dredge all the canals and the spreader up to the city limits, which basically is right at the bend, what the Northwest calls something curve, I forget what they call it, but basically from there out is unincorporated Lee County. In the past, about 10 to 12 years ago, the county did obtain a permit to dredge basically from the bend to the point. They had a contractor, and the contractor ended up not doing the work, so they turned the permit over to the city, and city crews actually performed the dredging for the county under that permit. No dredging has ever occurred to form a rim channel from the point along Matt Lachey, basically on Pine Island Road to the bridge. We have initiated discussions with West Coast Inland Navigation District and Lee County Department of Natural Resources. They have indicated that they both would be willing to fund the dredging, but they would not do the permitting. So the discussion revolved around that there will be both Lee County residents in Matt Lachey Isles and those businesses benefiting from the dredging, as well as the Cape Coral residents. But as far as obtaining the Army Corps permits and the DEP permits to actually physically do the dredging, they would leave that heavy lifting up to the city. It wasn't until recently, maybe a couple months ago, a resident of the city had purchased a large piece of property right at the bend where that point goes out. I have contacted him directly and asked for permission to utilize that site as a spoil cell, and was given permission to do that. So the next steps in order for us to advance a project of that nature would be to, we would have to do a bathymetric survey basically from the city limit all the way out to Matt Lachey Bridge, set up sections, calculate quantities of fill removable, and then put together an Army Corps and DEP permit to actually remove that with some dredging equipment. We would go through the motions with the regulatory agencies. Typically, they're going to look for benthic resource surveys. Are there oysters? Are there tape grass? We have to document that, and then are there mangroves, any other impacts, and then we do the mitigation. So kind of where we're at is establishing the quantity of material to be removed, and then entering or submitting a permit, and then going through that process. Once we have the permit, then we can go back to Lee County DNR and WCIND, request some funding for dredging, and move forward from there. But as you know, with the permitting is the longer lead time, so it's still a ways out.
And it sounds to me, since it's outside the jurisdiction of the city, that they should definitely bear some type of cost involving the design of that dredging project. So, it's something that, I would like to see. Maybe I'll reach out to our county commissioners myself. But, since it's outside the city jurisdiction, I don't know why we would be bearing that expense. At a minimum, they should be partnering with us as far as the design expense is concerned.
So as you may recall, with the permitting of the bubble curtains, there is no permit application fee for the Corps. It's free. It's any mitigation or anything that results from that is typically has the expense related to it. In all of our dredging permits in the city, we have never had to supply any additional mitigation costs. Typically, we say we're going to stay 20 feet off the shoreline so that we don't impact small tooth sawfish. There's no mangroves out there in the middle. We just need to be aware of any tape grass. But if you've used the boat and have traversed that, you know it's basically sandy bottom, that sand that has migrated from the tide changes. So we don't see any headaches. It's just clearing that hurdle. West Coast Inland Navigation District and Lee County Division of Natural Resources about 8 years ago dredged all of the channels coming off the intercoastal in the river, basically from the intercoastal waterway to the city shoreline in the southeast, and they funded 100% of that. So if they fund, if history repeats itself, they'll basically fund 100% of the dredging, and so all we have to do is basically march the permit through the Corps.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, maybe that's something we need to do a little more research on and see what we can do to help that situation out there, because I think it's only getting worse. I've been out there one time myself by boat when I was operating a boat. It is fairly narrow and fairly shallow. It's almost, you get two boats going by at the same time. You're almost, one of the boats is hitting one side or the other, hitting ground. So it's something I think that we need to at least take a look at.
So, Mr. Mayor, happy to do that. I think what we could do is probably factor that into our work plan for next fiscal year, and devote the necessary time and resources to take that.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. That's all I really had, those two items. Councilmember Hayden.
Yeah, I just want us to be careful about any misinformation that might be shared about what's going on in Palmetto Pine, especially in the past. A couple of months ago, I went out and toured the golf course with the green superintendent, and the amount of money they've invested in putting in their own filtering system in their ponds. The water's actually coming out of their ponds cleaner than when it goes in from nearby neighborhoods, and any water that's released from their weir system into the canals isn't being released until it absolutely needs to. And I've seen the process, so I know the water that's being released back is much cleaner than what it's been. Complete organic fertilizers out there, limited nitrogen use. They've even developed a system where any bugs or anything are actually, instead of using chemicals, they have this electronic system where they can actually electrocute the bugs under the ground from doing any damage. So what's ever happened at Palmetto Pine in the past, I don't think that's taking place now. I think the new owner and the green superintendent are very much dedicated to making sure that water is clean out there, especially the water that's coming in or that may be coming in from the different neighborhoods. So things have really changed out there. And I know that the green superintendent has been working with staff on the right kinds of plants to plant that help with that, that help environmentally out at that place. So things have changed at Palmetto Pine. What may have happened there in the past isn't going on now. So as we talk about sharing costs, I guarantee you they've put in millions of dollars out there to make sure that they're working with the city and being environmentally sensitive to the issues that may have existed in the past. So I just want everybody to know that, because I've seen it and I know what's going on out there. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Long.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just in response to that, with regards to the misinformation, that was just purely from an email that we received, and I'm not sure how far in the past you're referring to, but 2 months ago, late September, we got an email from our staff directly attributing the algae bloom in the canal to the discharge at the golf course, and the remediation cost the city upwards of $14,000 to clear. So, while I do believe, and I have seen myself, that they're making great strides over there at the golf course, the new owner has been there for at least, I believe, 2 years now, and they've had an opportunity to do that. And so I do believe that they're going to continue to get better. But just so I can also clear that on my end, what I was referring to was information that was provided to me by our staff less than 2 months ago. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other discussions on this topic, Mr. City Manager?
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Klingham, thank you very much for the update. We'll move on to item 4B2, which is the quarterly Parks Go bond update. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we're going to have Kerry Runyon, your Director of Public Works, and also Mike Hilchisen come to the podium to walk you through where we are with coming through with the parks that we promised our voters as part of the Parks Geo Bond program. And then on the tail end of their presentation, Mr. Mayor, there's a separate discussion on the Yacht Club Community Park. And we hope to address the issue of how do we proceed forward with the almost reconstruction of the entire facility in a manner that is safe for potential patrons and also for construction workers that are there. And that minimizes the city's liability and exposure to such.
Yeah, let's try that one. Go. Yep. Gary Runyon, Parks Director. I'm doing the quarterly Go Bond update, which is going to talk about a little bit about the pre-construction update and the budget update. First of all, I'll go over the quarterly update, and what I just want to discuss here real quickly is we did groundbreaking for 4 facilities, 4 parks. Cultural Park and Gator Circle, they did their groundbreaking in November, and the construction begins in December. They're saying December 13th, 2021. The other 2 that we opened for groundbreaking was Joe Coviello Park and Sands Park. The construction contract was awarded. The construction start date is pending approval for the Southwest Florida management permit for both facilities. And then once we get that, then we'll be able to go forward with construction. Lake Kennedy Racket Center, October 25th, there was a site development permit approval, and utilities relocations are underway, and then there'll be replatting going on after that. The next step will be finalizing the construction bid packets. Festival Park, there's been really no change. We're still on the site development permit approval. Yellow Fever Creek Nature Center, we received, there's been no change. We're just waiting on receiving the construction bids and award contracts. Lake Mead Park, the only thing we have there right now is the FERDAP grant we applied for in October for $200,000, and it's pending. After, the next step will be finalized construction bid packets and specs, utility relocations, and a replat of the project site. Tropicana Park, there's no change. We're waiting for the next step, which is the Corps of Engineer permit approval and replat. Shade Structures, construction contract was awarded. And then there's a long lead time for material delivery, and we're expected beginning the summer of 2022. Giafrida Park and Del Prado Linear Park, the construction contract was awarded. Construction start date, we're still waiting, and then we'll go into construction. The 3 areas here I'm going to just discuss is A, F, and G, and H. So according to Lake Kennedy Racket Center, we started an original project about 4.9. The anticipated project will be about 5.6 with a shortfall of 697, and they're going to begin in April of 22. Festival Park, we're looking at about a 4.3. Original project budget, we're going to be seeing anticipated at 7.9 with maybe a 3.6 project difference. We're starting in June of 2022. Yellow Fever Creek, bid is in process. Original projects was 3.9. Anticipated project was going to be about 5.2. Difference of 1.3 million, and we're expected to start in March 22. The Yacht Club will be discussed after my presentation. Cultural Park, we're looking at, a contract was awarded at the original project was 4.5. Anticipated project, we're looking at about 3.6, which it came in lower at the bid, and we're looking to start anytime now. Gator Circle, you're looking at original was 2.5. We're only a difference in anticipated budget we're going to be spending is only a difference of about $5,000, and we're going to be starting that soon as well. Oasis Woods and Sands Park, Oasis was about 2.4 and only about a $44,000 difference, and it's going to start in January 22. Sands was about a 3.6 original budget. We're going up to about a 3.5. It's about $87,000 difference, and they're going to start in January 22. Crystal Lake and Tropicana, we're still looking at Army Corps of Engineers permitting. So we haven't gotten any farther with that one, but Crystal Lake is at a 3.1. We're looking at about a 4.6 for your anticipated budget. Project differences is a 1.4, and we're looking to start in April of 22. Tropicana, we're looking at original budget of 2.9. It did go up to about 3.6, which is $767,000 difference. Anticipation of April 22. And already discussed Giuffrida and Del Prado. They were at $470,000 and $500,000. The Giuffrida went up to about $737, a difference of $267. We're looking at starting in February of 22. And Del Prado Linear Park was, we looked at the original budget of $500,000. Anticipated project budget came in at 1.4 and a difference of $962,000, and will start in February of 22. The shade structures, original budget of 1.4. It came in a little less at 1.3. And it will begin anytime. We're just waiting for it said December 21, and that was before, the contract was awarded, and we're waiting for supplies to come in. And that's all I have for the Go Bond update for those parks.
I just had a quick question for you on the Yacht Club, as far as the original project budget of 10.9 million?
Yes.
And then if you go over anticipated project budget of 36 million. Of course, there's a 25 million deficit there. Some of those, it's like the parking garage and some other things. So I just wanted to make it clear that we didn't think the total project was going to be 10 million, and it's 36 million. So we added to the scope of work.
Yeah, it was originally was planned for horizontal improvements at grade. As you know, we added an additional floor on the parking garage. We have the police department. We have added basically doubled the size of the harbor master building so that the Cape Coral Marine Unit could actually run their show out of there as opposed to up here at City Hall. And we're redoing, as you know, the entire length of seawalls and docks. So that is all additional scope. Obviously, if we were going to put in 11, those seawalls are 40, 50 years old. They're at the end of their life. I mean, there was some additional work outside of the Go Bond that needed to happen for that yacht basin.
Right. And I know all of council was aware of that, but I just want to get that explanation for the public that may be watching. So, in essence, if you take that 25 million out of the equation, then it appears that the $60 million Go Bond right now appears that it's going to cost us about $71 million if you add that 11 million.
Yeah, and if you recall from previous discussions, if you take that 60 million from 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22, and if you roll that forward with just 3% inflation, it came up at 69, basically 70 million. So the fact that we didn't have any escalation for inflation risk in the GO bond, which is, I mean, that's what was passed, what was given to the electorate, but we're basically sitting on 71 million, which is basically the 60 million rolled forward 5 years with 3% inflation.
Right. And Mr. City Manager, can you tell us what kind of monies that, I know we've set some monies aside. Can you give us an update on that so we can see what the deficiency is? if
Yes,
there is
Mr.
one?
Mayor, I was going to remind you that you currently have about $13 million or so sitting in your committed reserves. That we've requested that you just sit on that money to cover any of the potential cost overruns associated with the Parks Go bond. So I know we've had that conversation now through 2 budget cycles, and this council has been agreeable to that, and you've been holding that money there in the reserves until we ask for you to transfer that money out for this purpose.
All right, that's good news. At least we know we had that money sitting there.
The one issue that I do need to bring up is the fact that because of the additions to scope at the Yacht Club, I think that under the initial program, we had committed, Mr. Ilches, and I think it was what, $10 million towards the Yacht Club. And so the remainder of the cost is going to be borne through some external funding mechanism. And I know that we have talked to you in the past about doing a possible special revenue bond where we would borrow money and then pay the loan off, pay the bond back through revenues that are generated there at the park associated with parking fees, user fees, dock fees, and things of that nature.
Are we going to have a further discussion with the Yacht Club as far as the timeline and the construction?
So we're going to transition now. If there are no other questions from Ms. Runyon, we're going to transition into the Yacht Club Community Park portion of the presentation where Mr. Ilchizen will brief you on where we stand with design, and we're going to specifically address that one issue of whether we close the entire facility down during the reconstruction, with the exception of the boathouse.
Okay, and before we go there, I see Councilmember Long, you have your light on?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of further clarify without delving too deep into the Tropicana and how there's been no change or no update. Can you explain what's going on with that permitting process? I think I talked to Mike a little bit about it about a month or so ago, and apparently there's some sort of hang up with the Army Corps. Is that still the case, or?
Yeah, so what happened with the Tropicana Park was there was some delay, about 4 months, as we went through with council, you know, kind of, we approved the design, then we circled back and then redesigned, added some additional scope to it. That altered the permit, what you have to submit and what you intend on doing. When we submitted to the Corps came back to us with their first RAI, request for additional information, saying there were too many red mangrove impacts, you know, can we find ways to alter that? So we regrouped with the design team. We shrunk the beach a little bit to leave a mangrove fringe. On the west end, we slid the floating dock, I think it was south a little bit to leave some more mangrove fringe intact. And we resubmitted that to them. They came back to us with a second RAI about a month and a half ago and said they still believe that we, as a city, had not done enough. And so we went back with the design team, and basically I asked them to put together a kind of a chronology of what the original concept was at the onset of the Go bond approval, all the way through where we responded to them with the first RAI, because there were things that we did during the design process that already minimized the impact to red mangroves. There was supposed to be an overwater boardwalk. We pulled that up on land and made it kind of like a shoreline walk. This way we could leave mangroves all intact. We shifted some floating docks to the west and did a wraparound in the corner. So we were able to then basically wrote a new submittal or response to their second RAI, showing them from the original concept to where we were at the first RAI, that we had reduced more than 50% of the impacts to mangroves. And so they agreed, and then the most recent transmittance we got back from them, I think it was last week, said, okay, we understand, we didn't realize all that other, what they call minimization of impacts had occurred previously, because all they saw was the first submittal. They didn't see what we did between concept and submittal. So they have advanced that now to all the National Marine Fisheries and NOAA to review for any other impacts. They're doing the coordination now.
Okay. Yeah, my concern, I guess, is just to the point where they continue to ask for more and more reduction, and then the project that once was sort of sold as being this waterfront park with the amenities that you discussed, you know, with the beach being minimized, the boardwalk over the water that's now over the land, it gets to a certain point where it's so diluted from the original concept that I don't know how that works with regards to what we put out to the public and what we might end up with. So I'd appreciate continued updates on, I guess, how that process goes.
Sure, if you want, in between now and the next one, what we can do is we can actually show you the concept and we can, you know, what was approved in concept. Again, that's why we always, when we come to you, you know, it is a concept, it's not the final design, because when you go to the regulatory agencies or you do your geotechnicals, you may have to move a building because of soils, you may have to, you know, move things because of endangered species like mangrove. So, but I could say comfortably that what is proposed and what is designed is essentially the concept.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other discussions, Mr. City Manager, I guess we'll go into the next phase of your discussion.
All right, I'd like to introduce Mark Valen with Wright Construction. They are, as you know, they were selected as the construction manager at risk. They will be handling all of the contractors and have control of the entire site during construction. And we have worked along with them and James Pankinen, who is here also with Kimley Horn, who is the design team. We have been working together on the construction phasing, the construction activities that are involved, and also working with the Kearns Group, who run the boathouse, on minimizing any impacts to them. So I'll turn it over to Mark to go through the presentation.
Thanks, Mike. Mayor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity. Again, my name is Mark Valen, Director of Pre-Construction Services for the Yacht Club project. With me is Chris Rawl, Senior Project Manager. He will be heading up the construction activities at the Yacht Club. What I want to do now is go through a presentation as far as Yacht Club construction and the planning as far as the public is concerned, and the closures that are hopefully going to be taking place. One of our major concerns is risk management. That's public safety. In order to define that exactly, I think we have to go through a little bit as far as the extent of the construction and what it details, it includes, and then what facilities will be closed, what facilities will remain open. Once we define those risks or the activities, we can define the risks, and then how do we solve those risks or reduce those risks. Another thing we're going to talk about is user experience. We call it reduced user experience, and that is in reference to access and parking, general construction activities, noise, dirt, debris, and of course reduced activities at the Yacht Club with some of the facilities being closed. And lastly, very quickly, talk about some financial impacts of the Yacht Club and what closing it will, how that will impact the actual finances of the Yacht Club. Extent of the work, before we can do that, again, we need to talk about how much of the Yacht Club is actually being impacted by construction. This is nothing but an aerial of the existing Yacht Club area. The next slide is the areas that will be impacted by construction. And you can see the hashed lines. Just about the entire Yacht Club property will be impacted. The areas that will not actually be under construction will be the existing boathouse restaurant, the Tony Rotino Center, the Yacht Club ballroom, and the pool area.
Interject for just 1 second. So I just want to point out, Mr. Mayor, that as part of the FY22 budget, separate from this project, there are funds set aside to do some improvements to the Yacht Club ballroom building itself. So even that building is going to be under construction at some point. We are replacing the roof in that facility, repainting, addressing, renovating the restrooms over as part of the aquatic center, and also upgrading some of the pool equipment. So as part of Wright Construction Group's contract, that work is not part of their scope of work, but it is a separate project that will be, we will be undertaking at the same time that this overall project is also moving forward. So I guess I say that to say that in his aerial here, it doesn't show the diagonal lines going through the ballroom building and the pool area, but at some point, I think we really should have indicated on that slide that those buildings are going to be affected as well. And in addition, I understand that the Boathouse Restaurant has plans to possibly shut down for a period of time next year, and because they also plan to do some significant renovations to their facility. So just about the entire property at some point, Mr. Mayor, is going to be under heavy construction. Thank you.
No problem. Again, the boathouse is slated to remain open except for a small amount of time that they are going to be doing renovations, it's my understanding. The Rotino Center will be shut down, the ballroom, and of course the pool areas. In addition, of course, the yacht basin itself, the tennis court facilities, and the boat ramp will be shut down. Service relocations, just a quick summary here. The senior center, Parks is currently reviewing this and finding alternate locations, and Mike will have to kind of elaborate on that if there's anything to talk about. The pool, no current alternatives for the city's swim lessons at this time. The ballroom, absorbed by private sectors. Yacht basin, again, absorbed by private sector and public sector marinas. Tennis, all tennis leagues will be relocated to city or Cape Coral High School. And again, the restaurant will remain open. Before we can define risk, I think you really have to understand what's going to be going on at the yacht club as to project size and complexity. I threw this slide in here. The bottom right-hand picture is downtown Fort Myers. That's the retention basin that we did about 5 years ago. And you can see the scale of the project with the amount of equipment, the amount of trucks, activities going over the entire site, materials involved, and the complexity of that site. The yacht club project is 5 times that size. Talking more about risks, one of the primary concerns we have is traffic. Currently, there's a northbound and southbound lane to Driftwood. One of the first things we want to do is start the 3-story parking garage, which is basically that big square at the top of the screen which has the hash mark on it. The tennis courts will become a staging area. That 3-story parking garage actually doesn't go where the parking lot goes. It does, but then it extends to the west, actually into the median strip of Driftwood. So what's left is just a small southbound lane of Driftwood, and that will have to be turned into 2-way traffic, and that will have to service all the residents of Dolphin. It'll have to service the restaurant, the Boathouse Restaurant, and in addition, all construction activity, trucks, deliveries, everything else for the southern part of the yacht club project construction will have to use that same roadway. So you can see our concern there with getting that traffic down to that one southbound lane. Another thing we have and we've talked about is safety of the yacht club during construction. There will be completely access controlled. So you won't be able to get into the construction or the restaurant. It'll have to go through a gate. That gate will be open for the restaurant's use, but closed at nighttime so we can secure the site. Some sections of that roadway may remain unpaved for a little while, especially at Driftwood on the north side. There's a huge lift station we have to tie into there. That is going to take some time, so we may have to have traffic going over unpaved but stabilized roadways. Street access to all the docks will be basically eliminated. We won't be able to get to the docks by the street. That'll have future impacts on why we're closing down the marina, and we'll talk about that in just a little bit longer, in a minute. And again, parking will be extremely limited. That main parking lot will be gone very, very early on in construction as we start the 3-story parking garage. Existing risk as far as pedestrian, which is always a major concern. There may be places where there's a lack of sidewalks and bike paths, especially coming down Driftwood. Pedestrian traffic, again, will be very, very limited. We don't want people walking on the side of the road when there's construction vehicles running up and down Driftwood. So we have to be very cautious of that. There will be noise. Not a whole lot you can do about noise. Just try to separate the noise from the pedestrians as best you can, and we'll do that, and we'll put up barricades for that as needed. There's going to be dust and debris. We'll control the dust with water trucks. We'll have vacuums on site. We'll have sweepers on site. So we'll do the best with that. But then again, it's just an inconvenience and a hardship from the people that are actually using the yacht club. Waterside risks. When you talk about closing the yacht basin, there is going to be barges in there, probably very close to the size of that barge on the screen. And you can imagine trying to get that barge into the yacht basin currently with the boats in there. I don't think it's even a possibility. And there could be multiple barges in there. That's one of the advantages of closing the yacht club down, is we can have multiple barges working at multiple areas of the seawall at the same time, which we think is going to be a tremendous benefit. There obviously is a fall hazard. That crane's going to be picking up large piling, sheet piling, steel piling, which is 50 feet in length or even longer. So that's a risk. There will be no fire protection within the yacht club. For one reason, the fire trucks won't be able to get to it because of the seawall being under construction. And the water and the power to all the docks will be shut down because that'll all be completely demolished and then relocated or actually built new. Reduced user experience. This is kind of just, it's just not going to be the yacht club that I grew up with, that we're used to. The reduced parking is going to be very difficult. We've talked with the restaurant. Chris is working with them now to come up with a plan as far as parking. It's going to be difficult to just house them as far as what they're looking for as far as parking. So there's going to be some problems with that. There may be some walks to get to the restaurant. So that's a concern. Again, general noise in construction. Noise and dust, we'll control it the best we can, but it's just going to reduce the user experience. And then we add a little bit note there, think UEP. I think it's probably going to be similar to some of the utility expansion projects and the inconvenience that has caused throughout the neighborhoods. Again, we talk about when all this is going to start. We are planning hopefully to get started in April of next year. That is dependent upon some permitting, mainly the 3 listed there, which is the Army Corps of Engineer permit, the DEP Department of Environmental Protection permit, and the Water Management District permit. Hopefully, if we get all those permits, we can get started sometime around April. Very quickly, financial. In closing the yacht club down, we think we can finish the job about 4 months earlier than trying to phase it. There would be approximately $340,000 worth of savings in construction management alone. There'll be probably additional savings within the subcontractors themselves, but it's hard to define that, so we're not going to talk about that or try to put a number on that. And the other advantage is that you can open it up 4 months earlier. So any of the revenue generating facilities, you're going to be able to gain an additional 4 months of revenue off the, when we complete the job, the project. And that's what I have. Any questions?
Thank you, Councilmember Tate.
Thank you. You're right about the UEP, that's for sure. I lived through it, all of them, and this is my district, so thank you for that. I'm really excited about this, I really am, but I see so many different questions. First of all, it would have been great, Mike, had we known that you had been talking to the Kearns Group and that they might possibly close. Because this is information none of us have, and so everybody's going, well, if the restaurant's gonna be open, why can't we be open? So again, communication on everything that's going on in the yacht club. Same thing, we didn't have communication when we found out that they were gonna not have meeting places. We didn't have communication with Marina. We're really, on this project, we gotta go door to door to talk to people and let them know what to expect. 2 years of the most expensive real estate in Cape Coral is going to be under construction. So communication for me, I mean, like, I need a person from the city sitting at that door when it comes to Driftwood and coming into the yacht club. I don't know how we're gonna do that, because so far, like I said, you just told me the Kearns Group was going to close. I wish I had known that, because that's been one of the bigger questions, is how do they stay open and everything else closes? So again, when would they be closing? Like, would they close in April when we start this, or are they going to close in the summer?
Yeah, so the good point. So when Mark says closing, they're not closing for an extended amount of time. They're planning on closing in September of 22. So they have some renovations that they want to do that they've been working with us on, that they intend on closing a month or 2 months to basically, you know, clear out the area, freshen up some docks, freshen up some roofing, freshen up some of the stuff. But it's just a short window. They want to be ready for the season when the season
Okay,
hits.
so a short window. How many parking spaces did you tell me they're going to be open? So let's say we started in April. Let's say the world comes together and we have all of our permits, and we start at the end of April. And they're going to be open May, June, 4th of July, August, into September. They're going to have 50 parking spaces. And what do we do with everybody else that wants to get to the boathouse? Are we going to provide any kind of shuttle services? Where are people going to park? They're not going to park on Driftwood, because that's going to all be under construction. How is that going to happen?
That's what we're in discussions with them now. We've had 3 meetings with them. They've initially asked for, I think, around 200 parking spaces. We don't necessarily have
We don't have 200 parking
right.
spaces.
So,
No.
and so that's what we're working through them on. How do we provide spaces? Things that we've asked them to do that would assist both of us. Right now, they currently have the front end staff and the back end staff doing shift change at the exact same time. So they've got all the cooks, all the busboys, and all the waitresses and the bartenders are all coming in. Then they're all leaving end of their morning shift and day shift. So what you have there is parking for day shift and parking for afternoon shift basically have to park at the same time. We've asked them if they could alter the shift change between the front end of the house and the back end of the house, because then that will minimize the amount of duplicative parking. Additionally, they used to take their deliveries at 9 a.m. in the morning. We've asked them to, and they said they could work with their delivery trucks to have that happen at 7 a.m., which is before Wright will be really ramped up, and there won't be a lot of transportation traffic for the construction activities or the deliveries. So we're asking them to move their delivery times earlier in the day. So we're working hand in hand with them to make sure that they're successful as well as we are. The parking is still an outstanding item that we're working on, the quantity and location. It's possible we may need to do a shuttle from an off-site location to bring people in and out.
I would like to start looking at the shuttle as soon as possible. Some sort of a way to transport people from the CRA or some station, you know, where we could get them. So that's one thing. Secondly, what about people coming in off of the beach and mooring in their boats and coming in and using the beach? Is that going to be acceptable? Because if Kearns Group is still open, that whole sidewalk area where the gas tanks and all are, that'll be gone because we're replacing all the seawalls, right?
Yeah, so the Kearns Group had 3 requests. The first one was that we don't start major construction activities until May. So we're planning for April. April is their even though it's out of, or the end of season, it is their most expensive month. So they would like to
Right.
make sure that we don't close down a lot of the activities in April. We believe for us, that's gonna be a ramp-up month, and if we wind up with an Army Corps issue, it may be a month or two anyway.
Right.
So we think that's kind of gonna work itself out. They asked if we could coordinate doing the seawall in front of the restaurant in the month of September, October, because they want to close that time anyway. This way it won't impact the fuel sales for the gas. So we think we've got that worked out as well. The last thing they asked for was, could the boat traffic that normally parks along the seawall, could that boat traffic come and do a beach, basically
That's what I'm
land on the beach? We have not finished analyzing the impacts to either the permit while we're under construction or any environmental issues. It is an open action item that we're working on to see if that's even a possibility.
So besides the boathouse being able to have that access, would the public be able to have? Because,
No, and that's.
so wait, so how does that work? So if you're gonna go to the boathouse, you can maybe come in with your boat, but if you're gonna be somebody who's gonna be in the beach, then the beach is not gonna be open at all.
The beach is closed, and if you had, and it was, I believe, small comment in the presentation, but what we're doing, even if for on-site parking, there are gonna be directed enclosed walkways so that we don't have wanderers into the construction zone. So if we determine that we're able to beach land vessels, which we don't know is a
Right.
possibility, it was a request, we're looking into it from the environmental side.
Asked of me, so.
It would be, you would basically get off of your vessel and there would be a fence on the beach. You would basically have to walk the shoreline to the boathouse. You would not be able to get onto the beach is going to be closed.
And the fishing pier will be closed completely?
Yes.
Okay, and what about where the parking currently is now for grass, where they grass park?
Yes.
That's gonna be completely gone too?
That's on the west side of Driftwood. I
Right.
believe that's the spot where we're intending on having the restaurant parking in the beginning.
Yes.
Yes.
That what now?
Utilize that.
So that would be utilized for the restaurant parking,
Parking.
but there's going to be a walk, and so that's why.
But
yeah.
at least they would have some parking.
Yeah.
And, okay. And, wow.
And we've, like I said, we've met with them on site and had a Teams meeting, and Chris has been meeting with them. So we've had several meetings discussing all this in detail with them.
And that's why I'm talking about communication, because we have people thinking we're tearing down the yacht club. You know how it is, one little rumor and then everybody starts changing. So the key for that whole neighborhood is gonna be communication and knock on the door and tell them what they're gonna expect, because it'll be fairly chaotic down there for a while. So even if we were to provide some sort of shuttle service, the shuttle would still go into that, what'd you just say, the retention area, the parking area. They could be dropped off there, and then they'd have to meander and walk in somehow over to the boathouse.
Or we could provision that they drive right to the front. I mean, we have to figure out the logistics.
Is it, and I think my last point until everybody tells me to shut up, that's fine. My last thought was, is there any way possible, since we're gonna close the boat ramp and we're gonna re-nourish the beach, is there any way possible to do that first, have all of that work completed, and then everything else that we're gonna be doing, from what I just saw, is on the other side? The parking garage, the seawall, the marina, all of that is gonna be over there. Is there any way to accomplish that?
I believe the two long lead time items are the seawall and the parking garage. The rest of the area is going to be laid down storage. All the material for all of this construction has to be placed all along all the construction
So you're
area.
telling me where the boat ramp is now,
Yep.
that's gonna close and just become storage?
Well, that has to be demolished.
Right,
Okay.
it's gotta be demolished, but that's what I was asking, is there any possibility of doing that first? And getting that whole area completed? I know they're all here and they didn't get to speak under citizens' input, so that's why I'm asking the questions. These are the questions I'm being asked.
But council members, so let me
I know it's scary, and I know it's not safe.
So you're asking, can we prioritize the renovations that are going to occur at the beach, which will include removal of the boat ramp, demolition of the existing bathroom facility, construction of a new restroom facility, extension and renourishment of the beach?
Wait, we don't have bathrooms there anymore. Oh, we have that one bathroom area. You're gonna
Yeah,
take
so-
that out too?
Yes, that's coming down because we are building new restroom
Gonna
facilities.
build new restrooms.
So you're asking if we can prioritize that first and then move on to something else. So then the question I guess I have back for you, council member, is if we prioritize that, what is the benefit that we're seeking to achieve by prioritizing it?
Opening the beach and being able to use the actual beach because you can park on that west side retention area and be able to have the restaurant open and the beach open. That's what if that's not possible, then I'll just stop it.
So,
But-
Mike, if I can.
yes, go ahead.
My concern is that we are going to have essentially a rolling scenario of areas in that entire complex where there's going to be heavy equipment in operation, storage of materials. I just think it is going to be very difficult for us and our contractors to manage having the beach open while the remainder 3/4 of the property is under heavy construction, and that really worries us.
Okay, 2 years. So if you took the 2 years and you divided that first year concentrating on the beach, which is our only big asset for all of our tourism and everything else, and then the next part of the phase, the second year, we're doing the seawalls and all of that. If there is no way, then I'm going to drop it, but it just seems to me like 2 years is a heck of a long time to be without anything down there, and I still don't quite understand how you're gonna do the boathouse with parking and not allow I just don't see it. People are gonna say they're going to the boathouse and they'll probably be roaming.
So let me just say this, council member, is there a way? I'm sure there is a way, we can figure it out, but then the issue is we have to balance the risks versus the rewards.
I know, and the money.
And the concern that we have is that the risk to public safety outweigh the benefits that we're going to receive as a community by opening up just one section of the park. I get it, it's a major inconvenience, I agree with you that beaches are asset and so forth. We totally understand that, but we just think that the risks to the public really are much greater than the benefits that we're gonna get back by reopening the beach early. And so we're asking that the community work with us during this time of incredible inconvenience, but ultimately, at the end of this project, we're gonna end up with a spectacular facility that we're gonna be proud of.
I agree with that, and ultimately, it will be spectacular. You understand my concern about communication, that, it's gotta be top-notch, far better than what we've been getting.
In the spirit of communication, I'll let you know that this week, we met with the Redfish Point HOA and Joe Mazurkowitz to review
Yes, I
the
know that.
landscaping, the lighting, all of the plans, how we listened to what they asked for in the beginning
Right.
and incorporated them in the concept or in our design. There are a couple items that they pointed out that they wanted us to readdress or at least tighten up on. So we do have, it's increasing the size of plantings at the beginning so they're not small little 1-gallon plants, they're a little bit bigger. There was some plans for a storage facility by the public safety boats. We're not going to have a shed there anymore, so instead of having a hole, filling in some landscaping. So it was a good meeting. We have not had a public forum on the design. We're not at 100%
there
yet.
yet, right.
But eventually, we will do that before construction starts, and we will have those, and we will have the logistics finalized with the boathouse as well. To spring off of Rob, city manager's comments on open, is it possible? Some other things, again, I just want to make to highlight for you is we are shutting down all the power and all of the fire protection on the site. I don't believe that the fire marshal is going to be excited about us bringing people in there without power and fire protection. So, it's not just fix the beach, that would mean we have to do all of the fire utilities and all the electric. So one little piece then has ramifications throughout the entire project schedule.
He just shook his head and said no.
Brian Lamb, Fire Chief. Yeah, certainly we're talking about a restaurant with a thatched roof, liquid propane gas, fuel storage. Not a chance.
No, not
Thank
a
you.
chance. Okay. All right, I'm done for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. So Councilmember Tate's 100% correct in terms of the communication, and having just managed a $20 million shoreline erosion project on one of our barrier islands that was 4.8 miles long. I will say that some of the things that we did out there, we may be able to replicate here in the city in terms of communication. One of the things I would suggest, sir, is if you all are going to provide us like maybe with a timeline. So for example, you know, we're going to be doing this week and this week. And then when it gets pushed back because there's weather issues, there's hurricane season, you know, it'll happen. Things will they'll ebb and flow. And one day we'll be, yay, we're ahead of schedule. And then, oh my gosh, we're 2 weeks behind because of this tropical storm. So what I think would be helpful and maybe ease Councilmember Tate's mind a little bit, because she's right, this is her district. She will get the bulk of the, you know, it's noisy and there's dust on my lanai, and you know, I was walking and this guy told me, he was rude and told me to leave. I didn't have a hard hat on. I mean, you'll get all that, trust me. And or you know, hey, I own this, I live here, and this is my park. And so what I'm trying to say is, if you could provide that timeline so that it's sort of a moving target, and then on our website, Mr. City Manager, where we have the project, we can easily direct residents to our website so they can look exactly at the timeline and how it's a moving target. And then you could also do, Councilmember Tate, sorry, not trying to add to your workload, but we're all happy to help, I'm sure.
You're going to have to.
But we
It's going to be a team, believe me.
We'll be your team. One of the things that you could do, we did walk-aheads on the beach. I know you can't really do walk-aheads with residents because there's a lot more here than there are in Captiva. However, you could do town halls. We could do little town hall meetings like every quarter or every other month, and bring folks in and, you know, answer their concerns, and have our construction project manager who's on site answer their concerns and be able to mitigate some of those complaints and be able to set people's minds at ease, because you're absolutely right. Communication in a project this big and this long is going to be 100% key. And I would recommend we do the bulk of our communicating obviously during season. And then, you know, I think it's brilliant. We have people that can sign up for our newsletter or whatever and we can also do little briefs like constant contacts out to kind of update people, so you're really over communicating, because I think when you over communicate, it just diffuses everything on the front end. So Councilmember Tate, I'm happy to give you any guidance and show you some of the tools that I used recently that I think would help us, and we're a much bigger city, so we have a lot of those tools. Anything we can also do with a GIS mapping system that residents, if you had the whole yacht club like in your slide, and you had that on a map, like a GIS mapping system, and residents could go click on the portion like the beach, and then it will say, you know, beach closed during construction, you know, 4/2/2022 to 7/1/2022. Then residents can click on that area and know exactly which part is being worked on, or all the parts being worked on simultaneously. It's just a suggestion, and you know, I'm happy to help you, Councilmember Tate, and you know, you too. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Hayden.
Since we were able to slice 4 months out of the original timeline of 2 years, is there a way to squeeze that timeline even a little bit more? Or are we at our limit now? I'm just asking, can we get another 2 months out of it?
So what we worked on with Wright was what would it be if we didn't have to do phasing and didn't have to.
Right.
So that's the 4 months. Giving the site to the contractors. We're hopeful, if you saw on there, we're expecting additional savings in time on the contractors' end, because then they don't have to worry about off-site staging and just-in-time delivery of materials. If they could bring everything in and lay it all down and then just go, not worry about having to leapfrog over each other and do that, we're expecting time and savings as well on the construction side, but we won't have that until 100% design and they get the bids.
So it is possible that it could go from 20 months to maybe 18 months. We just don't know that yet. It's possible, okay.
Again, the two longest lead times are the seawall and the parking garage. So whatever time those drive, that's going to drive basically the
I think
project.
you're leaving one out, and I'm going to get to that. And I think you know where I'm going. And I'm fully on board with closing it down for the safety and health of our residents. I understand that. I got an uneasiness when I saw the permitting. Army Corps, DEP, South Florida Water Management District. You know, we're just going through a year process now on getting bubble curtains. Have we even applied for these permits yet?
Yeah, we're going through the cycles now, right? Yeah.
Okay, well, where do they stand? I mean, in April sounds like a pretty quick timeline.
Good afternoon, James Pankinen with Kimley Horn and Associates. On the DEP permit and the core permit, as of most recently, we received some additional information from the city on November 22nd, and we resubmitted to DEP on November 24th. That's a constant interaction that we're having between us, our environmental sub, and DEP, constant communication. With the core, our resubmittal was on November 16th, back into them. Both of those resubmittals for both the core and the DEP are after our first, or I think in some cases, 2 levels of RAIs, requests for additional information. So the process has been ongoing quite a bit, yeah.
Well, we've started a lot of things months ago, but the months continue. Is there preliminary work that can be done without the permits?
No.
Not as far as the building.
Right.
Okay.
Possibly.
Possibly some done.
we're completely confident that we're going to have all our permits in by April, in basically 4 months.
That's what we're working towards, and it's an ongoing discussion.
Well, that's what we're working towards, but what's really realistic in this?
So what's different about this project from, let's say, the Tropicana or Crystal Lake or the bubble curtains is it's an existing facility. So there are criteria that you can work within in order to get a permit review expedited. So for example, the seawall, as long as you build the new seawall no further out than 18 inches from the furthest extension, it's basically considered like a refurbishment or reconstruction. So you're not permitting a brand new facility. So that's where it doesn't get the level of scrutiny that you would if you were doing a brand new project that would have impacts from scratch.
And I get that, but we all know how involved this process is. But so you're telling me you can assure me and the city right now that we're going to start this in April?
No, just like the bubble curtains, I cannot guarantee you something that's not outside of my control, and I wouldn't do that. But I'm letting you know that we, from the very beginning, have been tracking this towards an April issuance of permits.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Welch.
Thank you, Mayor. My question, are we doing any renovations to the fishing pier? Or is that going to stay the same?
It's staying the same.
And is that on its own separate power and fire control, the fishing pier itself? Because what I heard earlier is that we're closing the fishing pier for the entire 2 years as well.
Correct.
But we're going to allow people to park and walk up to the boathouse and use their facilities. So what it seems to me is a little consolation for some of the residents there is in the earlier stages, is it possible that we can at least leave the fishing pier open during business hours that the boathouse is open? Because to tell someone that they can go stand at the boathouse and be forced to pay for drinks and food, but they can't walk out on the pier, that nothing's going on, seems to be something that we might be able to do without having much risk management.
They won't have any power on the pier.
No power or, yeah. Yeah, there's gonna be any lights, water. I mean, all of the. If we could find a way to pick up the restaurant and move it, we would do it as well. But we can't dislocate them without potential business damages like we would. We can dislocate our own programs, but not we can't just physically move the restaurant.
Yeah. No, I understand. That's all. I was just curious if there's any way to at least keep that small little piece open, being the vicinity of how close it is to walking into the boathouse as additionally walking maybe out on the pier after you're done, having dinner to watch the sunset or something like that, we're going to block that off because there's no power.
I think, as the city manager said, it is possible.
Okay.
But once you open that door, the community value decision for you all becomes how much parking goes to the pier, how much goes to the beach. And so the easiest thing for controlling the risk and the attention is going to be to close it all down, with the exception of what we can't physically dislocate from that area.
I understand. It's just one of those things that if you don't ask, you don't know. And it seemed like it would be something that could be possibly simple enough, but if it isn't, it is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shepherd.
Yeah, I'm sure at the gate of the construction site, I'm sure there's going to be flag people and people to communicate with traffic.
And signage, yes.
I think it would be a great idea, and maybe you're already doing this, is to have signage way before foot traffic, bicycle traffic, and even cars get to that destination, with maybe information posted on what's going on and that it's closed, and if they have interest in the restaurant, maybe a phone number or email address to get information on how to go there and how it's going to work, if it is open or not open. I think to wait till all the cars and pedestrian traffic and bicycles to already get down there, and then trying to, each one's going to want to have a conversation.
Sure.
And then to get them to turn around. With our city, we have so many vacation homes. We have people from the Yacht Club that aren't going to know anything about this project, and are just going to fly down, maybe hop on their bicycle and say, let me run down there, or get in their car, that aren't going to know, that we're not going to be able to educate ahead of time. So I think some signage along the route, way before you get there, would be a big benefit, so that the people at the gate aren't overwhelmed. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, we can make that happen.
Yeah, and I'll weigh in here quickly. I agree. Sometimes in life, you have to take one step backwards before you can take 2 steps forward. And I think this project is a good example of that. I think we're going to have a great amenity down there when we're done. But as far as the process is concerned, I hear staff saying there's a possibility, but probably not probable, to do what some of us have asked. Sure, in the ideal situation, we could just do one little section at a time. There would be no disruption. I think one thing that is far more important for us is the safety of the residents and the safety of the contract workers down there. And, I've been a part of many large construction projects, and you don't realize, the amount of space that you need just for staging alone when you're doing these projects. Sometimes the staging area, and more times than not, outweigh the area that you're actually constructing, 2 to 3 times that. So I think that, that's, to me, the safety aspect is the most important. Again, sometimes you have to take 1 step backwards before you take 2 steps forward. So I will support closing of the yacht club area for liability reasons. And also that's going to probably, like was noted today, we'll hopefully get at least 4 months of construction done beforehand. And I'm assuming, with what Councilmember Hayden brought up with permitting, no construction will start until all the permits are issued. So it's not like we're going to get a certain percentage of the project done and then we have to stop because we don't have our permittings in place. So I think once the project starts, then, we'll be moving forward. I think the only thing that I foresee that maybe what Councilmember Hayden was alluding to is, in this area, the economic driver is the season for our area. And if these permit process gets delayed, then we may find ourselves starting, unfortunately, and hopefully not, during the season. So hopefully that won't be the case, but as staff had mentioned, that's out of our control. We can plan, and we can hope that April is the starting point, but I guess time will tell on that. Councilmember Tate, I still see your light on?
I'm sorry. So I would concede that, the best way is your way. It's killing me to say that, but
Yeah.
I will.
Could you speak up? I didn't hear that, Council.
Shut up. I know, really. However, okay, so having said that, communication, we're going to talk about that. I mean, the city manager has brought on an incredible team for communication. I'm really pleased that we have everybody on staff now, and I think that that will work. I'm going to talk to you and lay out a plan, like I think weekly meetings, real estate meetings. Remember, you can have all these seasonal people flying in. They're not going to know it's closed. They're going to want their money back. I mean, I can think of like a million issues that we're going to have to deal with. But can we talk about the actual structure of the yacht club itself for a minute? I don't know if, is Wright doing that, or? I'm talking about the ballroom, yeah.
No.
So is the fountain and the circle around the fountain and all, that's staying intact? None of that's changing?
The fountain is staying there. We're still looking at moving the pump house so that, away from where it's at, so that we can improve the parking.
Oh, yeah, I don't care about.
One thing that we're looking at with the fountain is right now, the fountain is behind a lot of the landscape.
Right.
And so we're looking at opening that up.
So you can
actually have access to the fountain.
to see the fountain. Okay, but none of that is changing, and I want to make sure that we all understand that the pavilion is staying the way it is, the fountain is going to be there.
Yes.
Okay, and I know that we're possibly going to have to do well, not possibly, we have money for the roof, and that we may need more money for the roof because of the age of the trusses, et cetera, as you and I talked about, and possibly AC, since it's the original, and the way that that was built. So you and I briefly talked about, is there a way to form a 501(c) or some sort of a nonprofit entity that could raise funds for keeping the historic building down there and keeping it maintained? So I'd just like to throw that out as well.
So short answer to your question, council member, is yes, I believe there's a way, and that's something that we would work with the city attorney's office to explore and put something together where we could help seed the creation of this nonprofit organization that would be an arm of like Friends of the Yacht Club or what.
I don't think anyone realizes, but in 1962 it was built, so by the time this project is done, it will be the 60th anniversary of the opening of the Cape Coral Yacht Club. So it could turn into some really fabulous historic moment in time. So I hope that that all comes together. And again, for me, it's just going to be all about communication, and I think we're going to get there. I understand all the problems. There's hurricane season that could, nobody can guarantee anything, and when that happens, we're just going to have to pray a lot. So I shall concede to doing the project all at one time and closing it down. And thank you for your support.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Shepherd.
Yeah, one more quick question. We're advertising a shutdown date for the yacht club, is that correct? Or are we not picking that date until we get all the permits?
Well, I think council members, we have already notified many of our park patrons that I think the marina is shutting down in March, I believe.
They have to be out by March.
And so, yes, we are communicating a specific date so we can start transitioning transitioning to a point where we have closed.
So in reality, we're gonna start construction even if we don't have all the permits, because there's things that we can do, like demo and preparing and things like that. So the start date is pretty much gonna stay.
So I agree with you. So there'll be things that will have to be relocated off property that really don't require a permit. And so I think you'll see some of that activity. I don't think, if your point is that we're announcing a date and then absolutely nothing happens, I think that there's plenty that can be done within the spirit of not violating any potential permits.
That's what I'm looking at. Doing all the small things to.
Yeah, because we have to move furniture out, equipment, all kinds of stuff.
Temporary fencing.
Yep, great, thank you.
Councilmember Welsh?
Thank you. Like I said, one last quick thing. The Bimini Basin Mooring Field has a website that keeps a lot of people informed, especially myself, because I didn't really know about what was going on with that project until I found that website. So maybe having a website specific. I know another council member.
So we do. We have a specific website for the yacht club.
It needs to be on the main page.
Yeah, maybe getting that out as part of the
Okay.
communication. So, or use that as the tool, like that they had mentioned for Wright, to keep the updates going, is that main webpage.
Okay. Any other discussion on that particular topic? Okay, I don't see anything. I want to thank staff and everyone that came today for the discussion. Thank you. And I think before we move on to the next item, we'll take about a 10-minute break. Let's call this meeting back to order. Looks like the next item that we have, item 4B, which is 3, follow-up municipal grant writing services. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is in follow-up to a conversation that was initiated by Council Member Long just a couple of weeks ago, and it has come up today during the public comment section, and it deals with the city's process in researching and applying for grants. And so Mark Mason, your Financial Services Director, has a very quick presentation that kind of gives you an overview of how we handle grants within the city, and then we'll turn it back over for the continuation of the discussion. Thank you. Mr. Mason?
Yes, sir. Mr. City Manager, Mark Mason, Financial Services Director. As soon as this thing comes up, we're ready to rock and roll. And it's up. Okay, so just an FYI, I think the city of Cape Coral, based upon my experience in over 20 years in this business, has a very robust grants management system. City department staff, all of them, are all responsible for identifying any grant opportunities and working with any external grant writers or existing grant writers in departments. We'll complete those applications, we'll write the subject matter narratives as necessary, and we'll submit those grant applications. So, all departments do actively seek out grants when they're available and we qualify. Then that really is the bigger key. There might be thousands of grants out there, both federal and statewide, but at the same time, we have to qualify for them. And so when we're looking through the requirements, do we qualify? Yes, apply. If we don't, we don't. So from a city grant writer standpoint, we don't have a city-wide grant writer, but we have numerous grant writers of grants and managers of grants in various departments. The city does not have a one-stop shop for grant writing. There's very few locations or localities in the United States that do that. And the reason why primarily is because of the broad technical nature of grants. You'd have to have a very broad understanding of all grant types, to have a single point of grant writing. So we have experts and people who have developed relationships with grants, in various departments, such as police. Police is very, very specific in what they write grants for and what they use the money for. And you'll develop relationships with the Department of Justice at the federal level, Homeland Security at the federal level, and even at the state level, you'll work with the Attorney General's office and have those relationships in place when you're applying for grants and people know you, and you're more successful in getting grants. Same thing on fire. Fire is the same, is basically the same. You have FEMA grants, you have AFG grants, they're all come through the Department of Homeland Security, and you apply for them, but there actually are more grants at the state level than there are at the federal level. These are all competitive grants. So you have these experts in these areas that write these grants, and we're more successful that way than we would be if we had one central location.
And let me
Housing
just say,
grants?
if I can just interrupt Mark for 1 second, and we've been very successful both in police and fire in securing grant funding to the city.
And development services in the housing arena, we have a specialist in that particular area who handles our grants and applies for and utilizes the CDBG grants, the SHIP grants, the housing grants that are available to us. Parks and Recreation, there is a broad list of various grants that are available to us, and we apply for them as they're available. Utilities, I believe the Utilities Director has a broad background in applying for grants that are available to us, and of course we have Public Works, both the transportation side as well as the stormwater side. In addition, from a grant management standpoint, all federal and state grants are required to be reported if they meet certain criteria and expenditure levels on an annual basis, and so we have to report those through our financial statements on both the state and federal single audits, and which we do regularly. At the same time, the city went out for RFP a couple of years ago, and this is not the first time this has happened. We've done this when I was here before. We went out and we contracted with various grant writing firms And we have a stable of grant writing firms, 7 of them, that we can call upon to write grants in very specific areas. Some of them have expertise in multiple areas, some of them have expertise in areas that can be helpful to any specific one item or one area of expertise. So just to kind of give you an example of grant awards that we received over the course of the past 4 years, including this past year. Some grants we've received just because, we're here, such as the ARPA grant. There was a direct distribution of money to us that happened in 2021 and will happen again in 2022. But others we've applied for, and we have competitively been awarded those grants across a broad spectrum of areas. The $12 million that's in 2019 is the Irma funding that we received from Hurricane Irma. But at the same time, down at, in the Department of Environmental Protection, some of the large dollar values that are down there is we applied for and were awarded funding for the State Revolving Loan Fund. There's, generally speaking, over the many years, the state of Florida receives a block grant from the federal government for water and sewer opportunities for various localities or municipalities or counties to utilize those funds towards their water and sewer projects. And so you apply for them, you get on a list, and if you get the money, then yes, we end up having to pay it back at a very low interest rate. But the state has also gone out and borrowed money to utilize and make the pot bigger to allow for the municipalities and counties to be able to do water and sewer projects in the state. So this is just a small example of what we've managed to accomplish on a state and federal level. It doesn't include the local level grants, the WINCD grants or WINCD grants, et cetera, but it does include the bulk of the large grants that we've gotten in the state, throughout the city for the last 4 years. So that's it. And so, we recommend that we continue doing what we're doing, but one of the things that the city manager and I have worked on and will continue to work on over the course of the next year is bringing somebody inside within the finance department that will help coordinate grants. In other words, we'll receive information, and the city manager's office has received information from our lobbyist over the course of the many years, and we get notified that grants may be available either to federal level or state level, and so we'll get this information, we'll coordinate it, we'll start the process to help say, here's what we have, this is the project that it can be applied to, let's start the process and get it up, and apply for it, and then manage it, and then report it, and continue that cycle year over year. That's our goal.
And in addition, Mayor and council members, I currently have a vacancy in my office that hopefully we will fill very soon for a special projects coordinator. And that special projects coordinator can also assist in helping our departments prepare a grant package for submittal to a funding agency.
Councilmember Law?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you guys for putting this together. At the onset, it was really just an inquiry to see if what we're doing is the right way or whether there's something that can be done differently, right? So it's not, it was in no way intended for me to say, hey, this is what we should be doing. I appreciate you putting this together. It provided a good deal of context. I did have some questions, though. You had cited that we have plenty of grant writers and managers by department and went on to list those departments. I'm aware that the police and the fire have a specific grant writer. Are any of the other ones listed in that category in your slide actual grant writers, or are those just roles that they assume?
So they're dedicated, so they play multiple roles, so they're not.
You're talking about the latter, because the police and fire are by designation
police and fire
grant
have
writers.
dedicated grant writers.
Correct.
Because there are more grant.
Yeah, no, I understand. There's more
for them.
available.
And some of our other departments typically have positions where that one of their job requirements are to coordinate the submittal of grants on behalf of their departments.
On behalf of many other things,
Yes.
UEP
Yes.
and
Yeah, they wear multiple
capital
hats, yes.
projects and et
Yes.
cetera. Okay, and so which one of those listed would have been responsible for the grants that were identified at the beginning of this meeting that were allegedly leaving on the table?
So for the tourism TDC grants that are issued by the county, and because the source of the funding places certain restrictions on what you can apply for. And so, if I'm not mistaken, they have to be for like beach renourishment, shoreline preservation. I think it also has to involve projects that promote and support tourism in the community. And so, so you start whittling down the types of projects that you can apply for. And so we've been successful, for example, with Serenia Vista, because Serenia Vista is a tourist draw in terms of people coming out there and using the facility and looking for manatees, observing manatees and things of that nature. We've been very successful in obtaining funding from the TDC for that project. We've been successful in obtaining funding through the years for beach renourishment projects at the Yacht Club. We've been successful in obtaining funding for special events and so forth that happen in the Cape. But those funds are specific to activities that benefit tourism. So it's not like we can go to the TDC for a playground replacement project, let's say. And so now, could we submit and possibly get more? Possibly. But I think that we have had a successful track record of obtaining funding from the TDC.
Okay. I mean, it was brought to my attention that, this is allegedly, we technically could have been eligible for a grant from the TDC, for example, the recent event with the big old bonfire. That was left on the table because I guess one of the criteria was that we would have just had to advertise that from a...
So that's possible. That's possible.
And I mean,
been...
you know, Mr. Mason gets up here and he's talking about several millions of dollars, and this is obviously a much smaller scale, but the little stuff all adds up, especially when you're considering a position or two, and I don't know how that might be done, but, you know, Councilmember Nelson also identified something in the beginning, and whether we're eligible for that or not, who would be responsible for checking to see if we are eligible for a coastal erosion
And so that would be, for example, let me just backtrack a little bit and kind of give you an overview of how the process works. So typically, we get notified through a variety of sources, either through the state or federal funding agency directly. They let us know that funding is available. We'll either get a notification from one of those firms or from Becker, which is our lobbying firm in DC and in Tallahassee. Or we'll get notified by the Florida League of Cities or the National League of Cities that funding is available. We then send those notices out to the departments once we review them and determine whether we're even eligible to apply. And if we are eligible to apply, then typically either from my office or in finance, we will link up with the specific business unit within the city that would logically carry out that grant. And then we begin the process of triaging that grant to determine if it's even worth our time to submit a grant application for it. Because, you know, sometimes with these grant opportunities that arise from the state and the federal government, that there are so many strings attached to them that it may not be worth our while to actually even submit a grant for. But let's say then that once we determine that there is a grant opportunity in place that we should seek, then we begin the process of putting together a team of individuals to help write the grant and submit the grant, right? And so depending on how complicated that grant is, it might involve people from finance, it might involve people from budget, it might involve people from the host department. And that's how we begin the grant writing process. And then ultimately, you may get involved because, and specifically with state grants, they typically require a resolution from the governing body that acknowledges that we are going through the process of submitting a grant. And so you have done that numerous times since I've been here. You've adopted a resolution, and then we go ahead and we formally submit the grant to the state. So it's an involved process that involves multiple actors from multiple agencies within the city. I don't know if that helps kind of.
It does.
give you a better understanding.
My concern is at the larger scale. You mentioned these national firms and they bring these to your attention, but they don't always know the intricacies of the city. They don't know what we've got in the pipeline. They don't know things that are unique to us that we might be eligible for from a perspective that might not be as clear-cut as something that they might present to us as what they've identified. And so on a much, much smaller scale, for example, the bonfire, and I know that's not a state program, but rather a local body, but to that extent, that was kind of where the idea came from. But it sounds like even in that, there's a lot of different people and channels that it goes through. And do we have anybody that oversees that process internally once you say, oh, it goes here, and we might bring someone from finance, and we might bring someone from...
So again, as Mr. Mason mentioned, that is something that he and I are working with in
Right.
terms of whether having, and typically you'll find that in a budget office. The budget office will have some grant coordination responsibility. So between his department and also that special projects coordinator position in my office, that's how I would describe our effort to help coordinate these types of activities.
Okay. One last thing here. Where did I go with that? Yeah, and so I'm just looking, and I know we talked, and you had said some of the larger cities have this, and there's some intricacies with why they do that. So I just looked at some other comparable cities with regards to population. Tallahassee, City of Port St. Lucie, Tampa, which is obviously above us. They've all got dedicated grant writers, in some instances, multiple ones, managers of grant programs. Hialeah has a grants and human services department. So Tampa has a grant specialist, for example. Port St. Lucie just put out an ad for, they're looking for a grant and strategic initiatives project manager, which might, I guess, conceivably fall within the guidelines of what you're talking about.
Yeah, so that particular position in the city of Port St. Lucie, that's actually a split position where that position looks like is involved in strategic planning and in grant writing.
Right.
So some of the other cities that you mentioned are very different in terms of the socioeconomic conditions that they deal with, that we don't deal with here. So we are a new community with only half of the city on infrastructure. So the infrastructure that we do have is new by relative standards. We don't have the level of economic distress that other communities have. We don't have the level of poverty that other communities have. And so for that reason, we're locked out of a lot of funding that cities like Tampa or Tallahassee would be eligible for. And I know, for example, in Tallahassee, and we discussed that this morning, they have someone specific on staff that is specifically responsible for transit grants. Well, that's because the city of Tallahassee provides transit services on behalf of the entire county. And so that's not the same situation here. So I think that you have to look at each of the characteristics of the communities that we're benchmarking ourselves against to determine if they are in fact a true comparable with respect to this specific issue. And so I think with the exception of Port St. Lucie, I don't think that any of the other communities that you mentioned are comparable to us from that perspective. I will tell you that we don't do human services here in the city. That's a responsibility of the county. And I would be surprised that if the county itself had a centralized grant writing operation, because I will tell you from my experience coming from a much larger county, we didn't even have a centralized grants management operation. That was all decentralized and found in the various operating departments. Now, in this particular county that I worked in, we had a very large human services department, and in that department, they had a team dedicated to grants management because there was so much funding available to counties for health and human services activity, which are not available to us.
Okay. And so that would, I guess, apply, for example, we've just got this $1 billion infrastructure bill that was just put in, and so what have we done, or what can we do, or is that,
So
what
in
have we
that
done
particular
internally?
one, and thank you for bringing that up, because that is something that is on our radar screen. We are working with our lobbyist, the firm known as Becker, to find out that once the details are published, how do we get in the queue to be able to access some of the competitive grants that are going to be made available. So right now, I still don't have a good read on what's going to be available on a competitive basis and what's going to be available on a formulaic basis.
Okay. And last thing, and I hate to belabor the point, but I feel like if there's one thing that we do right above or right below public safety as a city, it's find free money where we can get it and take it. So I've been here for two or 3 months almost, and there's been a couple different instances where someone has brought to my attention that we've missed out on a grant opportunity, or even something as simple as the city, as long as it's been incorporated, has been receiving grants, and somehow on the recent audit, there was an issue, a finding from the auditor with regards to how we're tracking the grant funding and the way it goes in and out with regards to particular projects. So something with that regard was enough to bring my attention to the fact that I want to make sure that all the way through, from top to bottom, that we're making sure that everything is done correctly so that we don't leave money on the table that we otherwise would have access to. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Councilmember Long, I think what I'm hearing you say is, you know, we don't want to miss any opportunities. And I think what I'm hearing the city manager, and I will say that since I've been on council, I think our grant writing efforts have improved quite a bit. I mean, we seem to be getting more and more grant funding annually. You know, with the new infrastructure bill federally, I think, as you mentioned, Mr. City Manager, that's still a huge unknown, as was the coastal resiliency funding that the FDEP offered through the governor's $500 million designation for coastal resiliency throughout the efforts, and navigating through that was an incredible challenge. You know, as someone who writes grants all the time and have for, oh gosh, 25 years or so. But I think what Councilmember Long is saying, we just don't want to miss those opportunities. And I think, you know, having somebody from the finance department to sort of oversee that, because part of the grants too, you know, like with TDC, for example, you have to give them a quarterly update with metrics, and having those receipts, I mean, you know, getting receipts, getting anything that you spent money on to get the reimbursement from the TDC in particular is very important. So having oversight from your department, I think makes perfect sense. And especially when you also write some of these grants, you have to attach financials, you have to attach bids, quotes, you know, what the project's going to cost. With TDC in particular, as Mr. City Manager mentioned, you know, those grants are that they give grants for us that benefits tourism and people coming to Cape Coral. So for example, you know, Coconut Fest or the bonfire or any of those things, we'll get marketing dollars, and we have. We've gotten quite a bit of marketing dollars in the last 20 years from the TDC for things like Coconut Fest and events marketing, attractions marketing, and some beach and shoreline projects. So I think that's what I'm hearing Councilmember Long saying, and I say it too, like, we don't want to miss the opportunity. And I know when I've heard particularly of environmental grants, I've sent them to Maya or to Paul, you know, in the past and said, here, have we done this or have we applied for this? So I think what you're doing is working. I do agree that, you know, we are closed out of a lot of grants because we don't have a similar demographic to cities like Tallahassee or Tampa. So I agree with you on that. I just think that, you know, we just need to continue identifying the grants through all different sources. And as, you know, those of us that are out and about, you know, professionally meeting with different groups, like anything we can give to the city, you know, we should be suggesting, hey, maybe we should apply for this. So I think that's what I'm hearing Councilmember Long say, is just that, you know, you just don't want to miss any opportunity. And I agree with that. So I say, once you get that position, you know, let us know how that's going. You know, I think that's a great idea, and I think that will help. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Something else I thought may be helpful for us as a council is some type of possible quarterly reports where you can show exactly.
That's exactly what started to write.
Yep. That way you could show us exactly what grants you've identified, if it was feasible for us to apply for them. Yep. You know, the police, the fire department, throughout the organization. That way we have a better understanding of what staff is actually doing. And maybe that would have a better comfort level for us.
Happy to do that. We'll make that part of your standing quarterly reports.
Okay. Councilmember Tate.
I just wanted to let council know too, I've assembled the last 5, almost 10 years of all the grants from TDC and all the money that we've paid in. So I will share all that with you. It's good insight, good information.
I think they have that already. I think we, through the clerk's
I don't
office.
know, do you have all of the numbers?
I have some. I don't know if I have
Okay,
it all.
well, I'll just put it together, what they made a collection for me downstairs, just so we could, when we're talking about the seed. But yeah, we've done well over the years, and I mean, beach and shoreline has been always our thing. We get money for J.C. Park, Horton Park, you know.
4 Mile Cove.
4 Mile Cove, we get beach renourishment every year, so, I mean, we are getting there, so.
Okay, Councilmember Shepherd.
Carbon credits, are they a form of grant?
So that's one thing, and I'm glad you brought that up, because you did bring that to my attention several months ago, and staff is still researching it. It's a new funding mechanism that's out there, and we haven't been able to find out a whole lot of information about how local governments can access carbon credits as a source of funding. And so I'll tell you that I've got multiple people working on it. We're still not anywhere close to being able to provide you a report on it, but we haven't forgotten about it.
Do you think the county could help us? I was told that the county's using it for purchasing trees for beautification in the county.
I don't know if the county's doing it specifically or if it's a nonprofit agency that has found a way to access some of these funds that are made available. I think we even reached out to LCEC to see, how they're going about possibly accessing some of that funding. So right now, I don't know enough to really engage in a conversation with you, but it is something that we are actively exploring.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things I believe, if I remember from the previous conversation where we talked about the grant writers, was one of the questions was how much money are we spending with the outside firms to write the grants for us versus the amount of money we actually receive on those grants. And I know the public sector is different from the private sector, but the businesses that I've built along the time is you sub out work until there's so much of it that you can do it cheaper in-house. And that's just a standard basic business practice. So did we identify the amount of money we're spending with these additional grant writers
Yes,
that might eventually prove more beneficial for us to have our own within the city?
If I can recall correctly, I think since fiscal year 2018, we've expended somewhere around $64,000. I remember seeing that report being sent to all of you probably a month and a half ago. So right there, again, since fiscal year 18, only $64,000. That to me does not warrant bringing on somebody full-time. Who will cost you probably, for a decent grant writer, I'm assuming somewhere around the $120,000 range, easy.
Yeah, so I knew that was something that was brought up. I didn't see all the information, so. Another thing too is, I know that we can get money from the TDC for stuff like the big old bonfire. I know working with the Rotary Club this year on their art festival, that they're aware that they can get advertising dollars from the TDC as well. And they have gone and done very well with it. But with a lot of new people coming to the city and having someone on city staff, when we're dealing with new parks and new events, maybe helping them through the process that the city does might be something that we could do to help other organizations work on that as well. So we can definitely get all that money that's on the table that Councilmember Long said into the hands of the people that are using it.
Certainly, we can assist outside groups to let them know that funding is available, but with respect to, the parks operation, I have full confidence that Ms. Runyon is on top of that, and her staff has, been very active in submitting grants, not only to the TDC but also to the state through their competitive process. And sometimes we get projects rejected for a variety of reasons, and sometimes we get projects that are accepted. So I understand where you're coming from, but I wanted to just address the big old bonfire, because my understanding is that this is the first time we've held that event. And typically in communities that I've worked in, when you typically seek to obtain TDC funds, the first thing that they'll ask you is, well, is this a new event? And they typically like to fund events that have a track record rather than a brand new event. So I think that maybe with this being the first year, that could be a reason, although I haven't spoken to Ms. Runyon specifically about it. Maybe that's one of the reasons why we did not submit for funding for the TDC. Maybe it didn't qualify for funding. And now that we have 1 year under our belt, if we decide to move forward with this event next year, that might qualify us for funding because now we have a track record.
That was a new event we just threw in because of COVID, because it was actually Coconut Fest.
We did, right, so.
I think it was just too late,
Yeah, I'm not trying to pick on that one in anything in specific, that we didn't do what we were supposed to do for that one. I just wanted to say that other community associations know about these grants, but as our lobbyists and other groups tell us about grants, that we should also return the favor to groups as well, make sure we help the local community as best as we can to obtain these as well for events they're doing within the city, would be something I'd want to communicate to everyone.
Councilmember Long.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just real quick, I wanted to follow up on city manager's statement regarding I believe it's $65,000. The $65,000 that we paid to outsource counsel was just for the Go Bond project, and that was only from the Parks and Recreations Department. So $65,000 over 3 years for that one Go Bond project, and that was only on the Park and Recreation side. And it's my understanding that you guys, the city manager's office, also outsourced some grant writing from Ferguson, I believe, for that same project. And again, that's only for one project. So just to provide a little context, I think it would be better if we had clearer numbers, but there's no way that it was 65 for outsourced grant writing for the entire city for 3 years.
Thank you for correcting me. I must have misunderstood the information that we sent you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on grant writing? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to item 4, which is the fourth quarter economic activity report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. I'm going to ask Nita Whaley from our Office of Economic and Business Development to come to the podium and give you a quick overview of economic activity that has been occurring in the Cape over the last quarter, the final quarter of fiscal year 2021. Some of this is going to be a repeat of information that you already know about because, of course, we had the Catch the Vision event not too long ago where we highlighted many of these projects. But we'll go over some of the information that we'd like to report to you on a regular basis in terms of permit activity and things of that nature. Ready to go?
Yep, I've got it up. I'm waiting on it. I got to make it full screen. Hang on. Do I just click on the button over here? It's just like mine, right? It's saying restore down, so I'm going to
It's slideshow,
That's what I thought.
and then from beginning,
Oh, I'm not used to this thing.
from beginning.
Okay. Hello, it's Nita Whaley, Office of Economic and Business Development. And as the city manager mentioned, some of these slides are going to be repeats. So just a report overview. We're going to go over some of the key economic indicators. We're going to talk a little bit about single-family residential permit activity and duplexes and multifamily and the non-commercial projects, and then a little bit about business attraction, retention, and expansion. So the key economic indicators, I think, are showing good trends. As you can see, our unemployment rates are trending down. We're at 4.8 in July to 4.6 to 4.0 in September. We are lower, our unemployment rates, than the state of Florida. As you can see, we're trending kind of in the same way they are, but their September rate was at 4.3. We're also seeing the year-to-date vacancy rates in our retail space is still at 1.8, which is kind of unusual if you look at national averages, which are much higher than that. Our office vacancy rate is still under 5% at 4.9. So as the city manager has stated earlier, we still have a huge need for the office space in Cape Coral. The industrial spaces, which includes flex, is at 1.6%. I'm going to just go over the highlights here. And the biggest thing I think here is when you look at the property values from 2020 to 2021, we saw a 12.8% increase, which I think is a pretty good jump in those property rates, which is going to give it, or tax rates, which is going to give us more income. The construction value of all the permits, and I included for the whole year, as you can see in the fourth quarter, we were at $259,662,827. That's slightly down from quarter three, but it's still trending. We're still hitting record numbers. If you look at our residential permits, for the fourth quarter, we're at 1,169 total. As you can see, the bulk of that is in single-family homes. They're booking at 1,127 permits in fourth quarter alone. The non-residential permits, which I think are what we really like to focus on because those provide us, the taxes that we can use, the revenues. We are at a total of 31 for the fourth quarter. And as you can see, a lot of those, we have 8 new industrial buildings. We also have the other non-residential, which I believe is in the multifamily at 31 total. Our total new construction for fiscal year 21, we're at, as you can see, we're doubling. We're at 4,388 permits. So the DCD department, they're doing record numbers.
Yeah, let me just make a comment on this slide if I can, Mr. Mayor. This, you see that the activity that's taken place in development services is really at a point that it's becoming almost unsustainable. We're having a hard time keeping up with the workflow. We've essentially almost doubled the number of permits.
Right.
Mr. Cotero came to you last year and asked for additional positions. He and I are working on a similar request for mid-year this fiscal year. But also we have the same situation like in stormwater, where we have inspectors that go out and inspect the culverts and things like that, and they are falling behind now because we just have so much permitting activity underway that it's placing an incredible amount of stress on the workforce. So, I've been talking to Vince about authorizing more overtime, and he tells me, Rob, my people they don't want to work the overtime because they're just stressed out keeping up with the work that they're having to do during the week. And so I'm just bringing that up just to let you know that this type of pace, especially with the residential construction, is placing burden on the workforce, and we are having some challenges in keeping up with that increased workload. I'm saying that because I know that people in the community have reached out to several of you and have expressed their opinion on some challenges that they've been facing in obtaining permits in a time frame that they expected. And so I wanted you to know that we are experiencing stress within the organization to keep up with all of this demand. And, commercial activity is starting to pick up. And Nita's going to talk to you about some of the projects, but we have commercial projects now that have finally come out of the ground. The Cove at 47th is on the cusp of coming out of the ground. You know that there have been some developments on Pine Island Road, and those projects, some are coming out of the ground, some will probably start coming out of the ground later next year going into calendar year 2023. And so if we keep up this pace of residential activity, in addition to commercial activity picking up, I'm just letting you know that that's something that we have to work through here as part of the budget process and part of our ongoing efforts to evaluate workflow. But I'm not sure that we're going to be able to meet customer satisfaction demands. So we may end up falling behind, because there's only so many people that we can hire and we can actually house in the organization to keep up with all that demand. But anyway, more to follow in the months ahead on that issue. Thank you.
That's okay. So I wanted to give you kind of an update on some projects just at the beginning, because I'm going to go through the rest of the project slides pretty quickly. You're going to see Farmer Joe's again, but I wanted to give you an update that he has a projected opening date of December 19th, and I believe he's trying to have an open house on December 15th, but I will forward that information to you as soon as I get it confirmed. The Madison Square Apartments project, which is in South Cape, which is our senior project, they are still projecting to open in summer of 2022. They'll start beginning to take applications pretty soon, and so I will have that information available as well. ABC Supply, which is one of our local roofing supply companies, who's been here for quite some time, has broken ground now, and they're projecting opening of winter of 2022. Ecological Labs, who is also one of our existing companies who's been here a long time, they are building an additional 12,000 square feet of warehouse and creating 10 new jobs. Their permits are right now getting approved, and they should be breaking ground anytime. And Hobby Lobby has signed a lease and will be moving into the Coralwood Mall in the old JCPenney store. And then I also got word that Longhorn Steakhouse also signed a lease and will be moving into the old Ruby Tuesday on Northeast Pine Island Road. And I did confirm this week that the Super Walmart that is going to be located on Pine Island Road is approved by senior management, and they plan to break ground next year, and they hope to open in 2023. And that's 220,000 square foot. I'm going to go through these pretty quickly and ask if you have questions, please stop me. Pine Island Park has broke ground. They are expected to be opening next year as far as for clients in 2022. They're taking leases right now. The Encompass Rehab Hospital, the phase 1 is 40 beds, but they actually will have a total of 80 beds. They plan to open in spring of 2022, and I saw they're already starting to hire. This is the Fawcett Memorial, also known as HSC. They broke ground. They're planning to be open as well in 2021 or 2022. Cape Coral Commons, which is at the corner of Del Prado and Pine Island Road. They've signed leases with all of these companies. I've spoke to them this week. They expect to have a lot of that completed by summer of 2022. And I, in fact, spoke to Mission Barbecue, and he said he expected to be in June. Again, Farmer Joe's. Island Pearl and Victory Park are still in permitting. They're still working through some of their project. Those are pretty large projects. The Mellow Mushroom is in permitting. They are projected to open in fall of 2022. Then we still have a lot of warehouse flex that's going up. I will tell you that all my warehouse flex that is in construction has been fully leased. So I'm still working to recruit additional warehouse flex space. As you know, we've also talked about some of our multifamily projects, the Aspire Apartments, which is a 4-story. It's under construction on Chiquita, just north of Savona. That's a pretty nice looking project. The Civitas Apartments, this is our multifamily that will have they'll have some of the CBDG funds with those. That's a 96 unit. They are in permitting, and they still project to, it says break ground in 2021, but I think that's getting pushed to 2022, but early 2022. The Palms is under construction on Pine Island Road. I'm sure you see that as you drive down. It's right next to Fox Studios. Then we have our South Cape projects. I'm going to kind of rush through those a little bit. I did talk to the Covum 47th today, Brian Prince. They plan to close this week on the property. They are in permitting currently and working right through it. They like to break ground in February. The Bimini Square is also in permitting, and they still plan to break ground in 2022 as well. The business attraction, retention, and expansion, our new business tax receipts that were issued in the fourth quarter, we had 368 total. Last quarter we had 375, so it's down just a little bit. But we did have some new businesses that opened as well. There's a list like Lab Express, We had a Belgian beer distributor, we had Echo Stone, a new law office, and again, the 2 companies that are relocating or opening new locations here in the Cape. And then you can see kind of the breakdown of the tax receipts, and that was provided by the finance department, and so that has, it looks like it went down just a little bit.
Tail off there.
If you have questions about that, oh, bless you. I'll have Mark answer in a minute. This is the amount of business contacts that I personally contacted in fourth quarter. I had 215 business contacts. I assisted 95 business prospects. And then you can see that was up just a little bit from quarter 3. And we, over on the right side, I wanted to really bring to your attention the EDO website. I adjusted all those numbers. We worked actually with Revise to get true numbers, and these numbers, I think the last few quarters, were not true numbers. They only were reflecting one piece of the EDO website, so we went back and made sure every page was counted. So I wanted to just give you a little recap on that as well. I'm still working with Urban Land Institute. I wanted to give you a little bit of an update. This was supposed to happen in September, and as you know, we had kind of a little upsurge in COVID, and they wanted to push it back just a little bit. So I am currently working on compiling the briefing booklet for all the interviewers and the panel, and we will finalize that list of interviewees and panels, and we are trying to confirm they would like to do it in February, late February of 2022 for the visit and the actual interviews. And I will confirm those dates as soon as I get ULI's confirmation on when their interview panels is available. I'm sorry this is a little bit small, but I just wanted to pull some of the trends to give you kind of an update on trends that we're seeing in industrial and warehouse flex space. I pulled this information from CoStar. You know, those markets continue to expand across Southwest Florida. Cape Coral has about 370,000 square foot of specialized space and about 700,000 square feet of flex space, and that absorption rate has been about 120,000 square foot this year, which is nearly twice the 5-year average. So that kind of gives you a good indication of where that market is right now and why you're seeing so much of it coming. We also have had rents increase by 7.3% over the last 12 months. That's the strongest pace we've seen in more than a decade. And then the rents are about $10.30 a square foot, which is above like the metro average, which is around us. We also are seeing the medical and office, professional office demands continue to increase, and those office investors continue to demand office space in Cape Coral by the sheer number of growth that we're having. So it's making it one of the most heavily traded office markets in the region, and has been for the past several years. And our annual sales volume has averaged about 29.8 million over the past 5 years. 12-month high investment volume hit 64.2 million over the past 5 years, and we had about 57.5 million sold over the last 12 months. And then our retail vacancies are lower than the 5-year average, and we're below the regional average as well. And those rents rose by about 3.6% in the past 12 months. And that pricing is about $200 a square foot, and that's kind of right in line with what the regional pricing is. And keep in mind that they average those numbers when it's in CoStar. Our goals kind of continue to be the same. We want to continue to promote that expansion of warehouse, light industrial, supply chain, and office development, because this is going to generate more revenues and it's going to diversify our economic base. The city manager's office is leading the efforts to overhaul the economic incentive program that you get to listen to or hear about next. This will make my job a lot easier. I'm very excited about it, and so is most of our public. we have those new ordinances, which hopefully will be proposed and approved in December. We want to continue to maintain our commercial corridors to support our commercial development. This is especially true along Pine Island Road, Burnt Store Road, Pondella Road, Corbett, and Northeast 24th. As you know, I only have certain areas where I can put commercial. So it's really important to economic development to preserve those areas so that when I'm recruiting, I have a place to put them. We're going to continue to expand, our public utilities in the South Cape, Pine Island Road, west of Chiquita, Northeast 24th, Corbett Road, and Burnt Store Road. And these are going to be key to leveraging more commercial and industrial development in the future. And then the Office of Economic and Business Development, I continue to serve as the ombudsman for my developers. I talk to a lot of you, I talk to a lot of businesses, and existing and new, every single day to help them through the permitting process. Just as a wrap-up, we continue to attract investment, especially from developers and businesses who are expanding from the Northeast and Midwest seeking opportunities and growth. I attended a conference in New Jersey. I've already had 2 of those clients that have contacted me. One of them actually came this week and visited Cape Coral and is interested in investing here. So our population estimate per the Bureau of Economic and Business Research is 201,554 as of April 1st. Our Cape Competes incentives hopefully will be presented or are going to be presented next, and we hope to have approval in December as well. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions at all? Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the update. Okay, we'll move on to our next item of discussion is the Economic and Business Development Incentive Program and Guidelines. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have 2 presentations for you. The first one is going to be, do you have the other one? The first one is just going to be a quick recap of where we are with respect to moving forward with our economic development agenda. And then the second one will lead you into the discussion on the actual incentive program that we've been talking to you about for quite some time. And so while we work on finding the presentation.
So here's your first one. I'll just take a minute to find the second.
This one? I'm just going to talk to you about where we are since the last time we had a significant conversation that took place during your city council retreat back in March. And so some of the activities that we stated that we were going to be engaged in included revamping the city's approach to economic development, creating an Office of Communications. We've done that, attempting to strengthen our partnerships with agencies that we work with. That's a work in progress. We continue to aggressively market some of the city-owned parcels that we own, and that includes Academic Village, the Seven Islands site, the Burnt Store Road site, and I want to talk to you a little bit about where we are with some of those projects. We've gotten considerable interest in Academic Village and the Burnt Store site, and by considerable, I'm going to say that we've gotten multiple inquiries, and we've actually received an unsolicited proposal on the Burnt Store Road site. And that's separate from some of the local initiatives that we've been engaged in to help some local firms find some sites that they could relocate to for a variety of reasons. So I think what we're going to be doing there with those 2 parcels, Academic Village and Burnt Store Road, is we are probably going to release a request for proposals because we've gotten multiple suitors, and so we want to make sure that we have a fair and competitive process to be able to actually vet offers on those 2 sites. Seven Islands, we issued a RFP for that particular city-owned property. We have been engaged in negotiations with the top-ranked firm. We have another negotiation session scheduled for December 10th. I think that there are only 1 or 2 items left to be resolved, and then we hope to bring that forward to City Council for your discussion and your consideration. Again, some of the things that we do on a daily basis is we provide outreach to existing businesses. Today, right before a council meeting, I spoke at length about our economic development activities at the Chamber of Commerce's annual luncheon. So we are certainly getting the word out that the city is here to provide support for existing businesses and new businesses that are looking to relocate in the city. And then this last one, promote and incentivize the development of light industry and office uses. Well, that ties into the next item that we're going to be talking about in just 1 second. Again, I mentioned the reorganization of the Office of Economic Development, the transfer of functions to the Office of Communications. In this year's budget, you essentially have already implemented part of what we're looking to do with our economic development program, and that is to create its own fund and generate revenues or dedicate revenues that we collect from business tax receipts rather than property taxes, and use those revenues to help fund our economic development program. And so you've already done that. We've set up a special revenue fund in the FY22 budget that is providing the funding for the Office of Economic Development and potential incentives. So that's why those projects are identified in green. These next initiatives are ones that we've already started, but they're just not cooked yet. They're not at the point where we're ready to flip the switch. I mentioned to you that we are currently operating under a resolution that was adopted back in 2016 that limited the amount of funds that you can dedicate towards economic development activities at $200,000 a year. And when we first started having this discussion, we mentioned that $200,000 is insufficient to really do economic development on a grand scale, which is why we recommended to you that you dedicate your business tax receipts for the purpose of economic development. And so hopefully on December 15th, when you adopt the ordinances I'm going to talk about later, then that will replace our existing resolution. We're in the process of finalizing a scope of work for an economic development master plan update. On December 15th, you're going to hopefully adopt the ordinance that creates the Cape Competes Advisory Board. That's going to be your council of advisors on issues affecting the overall business climate in this community, almost like your own Horizon Council, right? And I know that that's a very successful model that the county uses. We're going to, hopefully you'll approve the new economic development incentive packages that we've proposed. I will tell you that we have been working with many of those projects that Nita just covered in her presentation. We were actually, our staff was very instrumental in bringing those developers to the table and actually got them to move forward with some of their projects while we were going through the process of adopting this new economic development project. And again, we're looking at incentivizing mixed-use developments, flex space, and industrial space. I mentioned to you that we were working on a corridor plan for Burnt Store Road because we want to make sure that we guide the right type of development along that corridor. And so the Staff and Development Services has begun the process of putting that plan together, but it's not ready yet. I'm going to be coming to you, we're going to be coming to you in probably after the first of the year with a companion initiative to Cape Competes, and that is the economic development ad valorem property tax exemption that you are authorized to do by the Florida Constitution. I mentioned to you previously when we discussed this topic that many of the cities that we compete with already have this in place. And so that's something that I'm going to be bringing to you in January at a workshop to see if you want to move forward with that, because you're going to have to decide whether you want to put that on the ballot. So you do not have the authority to implement that initiative. You do have the authority, however, to put it on the ballot for voters to decide whether that's an additional incentive that we want to offer businesses that want to relocate to the Cape. We've already talked about our effort to prioritize utilities in our key economic corridors. I've talked to you also in the past about rebranding 47th Terrace and coming up with an identifier that visitors and residents can relate to when we talk about the downtown CRA and specifically 47th Terrace. Now that Ms. Bice is on board in my office, that's a project that she's overseeing, and she's currently in the process of putting together the scope of work for that particular project. And so some of the initiatives that I mentioned that we have not started to work on yet, basically because of time and workload. I've talked to you in the past about the possibility of creating business improvement districts to help with marketing, cleanliness, public safety in some of our commercial corridors, the downtown area, possibly Del Prado, possibly Pine Island Road. I've mentioned the possibility of creating an open container zone in the South Cape. We have not started working on that yet. Our review of impact fees to determine whether we are competitive or not, that has not taken place. I know that's been funded in FY22. We have not released the RFP for that, nor have we begun the process of seeking to rezone areas east of Corbett Road to support light industrial uses. And so those are things that we still have to continue to work on, and we'll be bringing you those initiatives at committee of the whole meetings sometime during calendar year 2022. So that's just a quick update on what we've been working on with respect to your economic development agenda. I'll take any questions on that before we move into the Cape Competes program.
Thank you. Any questions for the city manager?
Okay, no questions on that. All right, so this next PowerPoint presentation, Mr. Mayor and members of council, you have already seen on 2 occasions. And so there really aren't a whole lot of changes to it. So I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on the actual PowerPoint presentation, because the last time we provided it, I think that there was a request for city council to have more time to engage in dialogue. And so you have all of this information as part of your backup. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, but I'm really at the point now where I just want to turn it over to City Council so you can engage in the conversation. And I think that the heart of your discussion is going to focus on the type of incentives that are proposed in our Cape Competes program, which include local job creation grant program, the incentive program for what we have branded as the Creative Cape, and that is to generate the arts and entertainment industry here in Cape Coral, but particularly in the area of the CRA. The Cape Collaborates program, which is designed to assist our small businesses. The Business Infrastructure Grant, which is designed to assist developers to offset some of their site development costs when they build the type of product that we desperately need. And in this particular case, we have multiple developers that are in line to request the incentives because they are bringing on extra industrial and flex space. And then lastly, we have the Enhanced Property Value Recapture Grant, which is really designed for big ticket projects, something like the Cape Coral Town Center project that is currently going through permitting, which is designed to create a destination in the Cape. So I imagine you want to talk about that, and you probably also want to talk about the ordinance, the separate ordinance that will create the Cape Competes Advisory Board or the Cape Competes Council or Cape Competes Committee. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to you now.
Councilmember Tate.
I just wanted to let you know that we did present this to the Government Affairs for the Cape Coral Chamber, and they were very excited about it. I believe they'll be here next week when we vote on this in full support. They were just really happy to see that we are finally putting some teeth into the economic development. Like you said, $200,000 is a Band-Aid. So I appreciate all the efforts. I think it's a great program.
And so this year, you funded it to the tune of $2.5 million.
Yeah.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. I too think this is fantastic, Mr. City Manager. I think you are really kicking us up several notches and bringing us to the next level with these type of incentive programs. You know, I've said it before, and I think we really can shine as a best practices city to be investing this in our much needed economic development is huge, and I can't wait to until the county sees what we're doing, and can't wait to brag on that. So I am in full support of this, and I'm just very proud. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'll weigh in as well. I think it's an excellent program that we are embarking on. You know, you take a look at the funding that we've done over the years compared to what we're putting forth here, no comparison. You know, we always say that we want to increase our economic development commercially here in our city, and I think all of us have probably said that at one point in time or another. You know, it's one thing to talk the talk, it's one thing to walk the walk, and with a program like this, we're willing to take a step forward and make sure that we put money towards an incentive program to bring in those businesses that we're looking for. So I think it's a great start, and I want to commend the city manager with putting this together, and I think this would be a game changer for us here in our city, so thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Cosden.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just echo that. I think it's a great program. I've read through the whole 24 pages of the guidelines, and every possible question that I had is answered in the guidelines, so I just want to say that you did a great job. Thank you.
I think one of the work that we have as a council is we have to make sure that we put the right people in place on that committee. Because if we do not put the right people in place, then I think it's only going to hurt us. So I think that's our responsibility.
Absolutely.
Moving forward. Any other discussion?
So, Mr. Mayor, on December 15th, you'll have both ordinances coming forward for the public hearing and hopefully for adoption. And then once we get the approval of the ordinance to create the Cape Competes Committee, the city clerk will put out the appropriate notification, and we will work with all of you to make sure that we get a very wide pool of applicants for appointment to that committee.
I have a question about that. Do we need a formalized resolution or something to create that committee, so we would have guidelines in there as to what we're looking for?
So the answer is yes. The city attorney's office has already prepared that. That is part of your December 15th agenda packet.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for that presentation, Mr. City Manager. We'll move on to our next agenda item. Number 6 is legal office operations. This has been brought forward by Councilmember Shepherd, so I'll turn the floor over to you, sir.
Yes, I just wanted to, for council to look at the way we're set up right now. The reason this came up to my mind is when I was elected, I sat in a 2-day class to educate me on my new job as being a councilman. And I was educated on how the system is designed and how it works, and how the city manager has a staff, and that we are to work with that staff through the city manager. And I was educated that we have our own staff as well, which is our 3 office people that we have, and we have a attorney, and we have an auditor. As my year progressed in my position, I've had some situations that just didn't seem to jive with the mechanics that I was educated with. So I was uncomfortable that our city attorney represents the city manager and his staff as well as council, because the way it was explained to me was that there was segregation. So the more I looked into that from outside attorneys as well, and the research I did, my opinion is we're not set up correctly. And I believe that there would be a benefit if we had an attorney for council, an attorney for city manager and staff. As a city of our population and size, when I look at other cities our size, they have two. It takes pressure off, duties are broken up, so city can run a little more efficiently. I am in no way saying that the attorney that we have now is doing anything wrong or is lacking in any way. It's basically the mechanics and the structure that just doesn't seem proper with what I was taught. And like I said, there have been some incidences where I recognized it. And I thought we should all talk about it and see if others agree or have any comments.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to rely on the Councilmember Cosden and Mayor Gunter to remind me. It was my understanding back in with our former city manager and the incident that we had that the city manager can always go out, and Madam City Attorney, please chime in as well, can always go out for outside counsel. And it was also my understanding that, the city attorney, does report to us, does come to us and does support us and does, because we have a whole staff in that office. And I guess, the example that we got today from Madam City Attorney talks about the city of Tampa that maybe has this structure, but it's my understanding they are a mayor form of government. In other words, the mayor, it's flipped than what we have. So after reading what Madam City Attorney provided for us, I question necessarily needing an attorney specific for council. I don't know. I mean, it's my understanding that the city attorney's office works for all of us, and to me that would be an additional salary that I don't know that we need, because my understanding is that the city attorney works with us to support us as well as the city manager, and that the city manager can at any time go out and as can the city attorney go out to outside counsel if they felt it was appropriate, similar to the situation we had a few years back with our former city manager and all of the investigations that were upon investigations and upon investigations. So I guess, Madam City Attorney, could you maybe clarify that for me? Am I right? And again, I'm going back to 2019 maybe, when we had a situation when we had so many different investigations.
To go back to what Councilmember Shepherd said a moment ago, your council office in its broadest sense is not just your 3 staff people. Your council office in its broadest sense is your 3 staff people, the city manager, the city attorney, and the city auditor, all of whom answer directly to the council.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the differences, for example, that I was trying to point out in that memo.
Sure.
In regard to Tampa. Tampa is a more bifurcated system. Although the city manager sitting to my right may disagree with me, I do not believe that the city manager has the ability to just go out and hire outside counsel.
Okay.
What the situation you're remembering is when the city manager was hiring outside counsel for his personal legal needs to represent him in some disputes he was having with the city council, or that the city
I
council was
guess
having with
I
him.
remember that as there were so many investigations, they're all blending together, but I remember, I think that we went out to outside counsel to help with this investigation.
The city council authorized me, directed me to go out and hire a firm, which happened to be, it was a firm that consisted of an attorney and a non-attorney, but we dealt
Gotcha.
with the attorney.
Okay.
To do the investigation, and that was at the request of council. That attorney did not represent the city manager. That attorney was hired not so much for legal services, but to perform the investigation and give a
Okay.
recommendation as to what was being found as a result of that investigation, which was separate from the you're right, there were a lot of investigations, which was separate from the investigations that were being performed by a couple of different departments and officers in the city. I think one was being performed by the police department, if I remember correctly, and I think there was another one that was being performed as well internally, and this was an external one that was more aimed at the time at the city manager.
Gotcha.
Now, the reason I'm emphasizing that we all answer to the city council is that I think the information that you were provided during, for those of you who had an orientation, the information that you were provided during your orientation, and for those of you who haven't, I think the system that you're watching is everyone answers to council. So the city attorney's office represents the city council is basically the kind of like a board of directors of a corporation, and the city manager, while he's the chief executive officer, certainly does not rise to the level of a strong mayor, as is what you can see in regard to Tampa. He doesn't have any veto authority. He works under you. He is carrying out the policy that you establish. So if at any time you all are unhappy with the city manager, for example, you have a contract with him, his employment here is at the pleasure of the council. So now there are times where we do have more than one attorney representing the city. And some of those are even mandated by statute. For example, when we had a code enforcement board, the statutes mandated that the city attorney's office or county attorney's office could represent both. You can't represent the staff who's prosecuting and also the code enforcement board, which is acting as the judge. So when we used to have a code enforcement board, we hired outside counsel and we had a contract with outside counsel to represent the board, and the city attorney's office represented specifically the code enforcement division, which was under the city manager. Similarly, we have outside counsel that represents the construction regulatory board. The nuisance abatement board will be in a similar situation if it should convene. I'm trying to think of which other ones we have.
So basically, like, you cover our scope, right? In other words, you cover our scope of what we would need an attorney for. So then, if I look at it that way, then I guess, Councilmember Shepherd, I'm not understanding what this attorney would do specific to us if we already have an attorney that kind of already does that. And I don't know, maybe I'm missing.
What I'm looking at is the structure of our government.
Okay.
We are supposed to be a separate entity. And that divide there's a reason for that, so that there's not problems or uncomfortable situations. So I can give other examples that aren't even the attorney. Our office staff. Our office staff was supplied by past city managers. Some of them were city employees that were transferred to be our office staff.
Not all, we picked.
Not all. Not
Yeah,
all.
we selected.
But what I'm saying is.
Two.
What I'm saying is, when I was educated on structure, and then I saw that it wasn't true in all factors. So for instance, our office, we have talks with negotiations for things that only our group should know about. So that is a reason why we wouldn't want to have office staff that had any relation or came from the city side. You want that segregation, okay? We have situations where one of us could be combating a staff decision or a staff recommendation or something that the city manager or staff want to implement that we don't agree on. It doesn't make sense to share the same, we're both going to the same attorney to be educated on how to combat the situation. So there's been multiple situations that I could see myself that happened since I've been in office and before I was in office. I don't really want to put them out there. Where with our job, as you know, when sometimes we have to go see our attorney to be educated on how we can combat a topic. As we're doing that, staff is doing that as well. So to me, that's not two separate entities. I also believe that a city of our size, if we had separate representation, there is always more than one right answer. That's why, I'm saying that in defense of our attorney. I'm not in any way saying that our attorney is doing anything wrong. I just believe that both sides are going to the same attorney to find out the best solution and to get legal advice. And I believe that if each side had their own attorney, both attorneys might come up with a different answer, which isn't a negative because it would make them work together to achieve the best answer for the taxpayer. But mainly what I'm looking at is when I got educated for this job, when I was explained the structure and how it worked, there's reasons. There's reasons why none of us call a staff member and give them orders. Where you're told, we don't go there. That's a separate entity. We do all that through the city manager. We speak to the city manager and he controls his staff.
Sure.
I was told that our side, we have our staff that we control. Now, there's a reason for that. And we can talk for hours of all the reasons and all the what ifs and all the possibilities that can arise in the future. Okay, so you want to keep that segregation because there's reasons. And I'm just very uncomfortable with the way we're set up with sharing the same attorney. I'm not even saying we have to hire more attorneys. We have a few attorneys that work for us. Am I correct? There's more than one attorney.
Yeah, she has an entire office of attorneys.
Dolores is just a senior attorney.
Sure, I understand that.
But to me, I'm uncomfortable with it because I'm looking at the mechanics of it. There's a reason when they designed our form of government and how it should operate, the segregation, there's a reason for that. And we're not fully segregated. Now, I believe that nothing happened or was implemented on malice. I think basically what happened is we started out this very small town, small city, and we grew, and we learned, and some things we didn't change. I think we're at the size now where it's time for us for the mechanics to be correct, to have two attorneys. I believe that it would help our city. I believe there's a lot on our city attorney's plate right now with the growth and all the things that have to go through her office. So I don't think that the attorney that would work for us would just solely be there for legal guidance when we have questions. I believe that they could be given other tasks throughout the city. I don't really want to go with the past, but I've seen some situations in the past that were pretty ugly where somebody on our side and somebody on the city side weren't getting along or were having issues. And it's just not right in the legal world that both sides converse with the same attorney. I think it's very uncomfortable. I can't put words in our attorney's mouth, but I'm sure there's been times that she's very uncomfortable when two sides are sharing her for legal advice. It just,
I guess, I mean, I don't,
it doesn't make sense, and I'm trying to be very careful on what I put out there.
I'm just not convinced that we have scope and responsibility to warrant our own attorney to report to this body. I mean, I'm interested to hear what my teammate to my left says, because he's the attorney up here, and then hear from the others, but I'm just not there yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cosden.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Shepherd, you said you have things that have happened that have concerned you, but you don't want to put them out there. And I appreciate that, and because we don't need to do the dirty laundry thing. But without knowing those specifics, I don't have an understanding to convince me that this is the right way to go, because I have had a different experience in my 6 years here. There's been plenty of times where I've needed advice on issues where I disagree with staff, and I still go to the city attorney's office, not necessarily our city attorney, but someone in the office will answer my question, and it doesn't seem to be biased or, and it's unfiltered. And so I haven't had an experience that has given me pause. So I can't say that I would support this. You might be able to convince me that we need to have 2 city attorneys, like 2 people with that title. I would just want to know what other cities do. And you said you did some research. I would want to know, do other cities do what you're asking specifically? I want to know what cities they are. I want to know what their form of government is, because we are a council manager form of government. Are they a strong mayor? Because that's different completely. And then I want to know the population, just the things we do when we're comparing to other cities.
Sure.
We look at all these different factors, because you can't, like earlier, we can't compare, when it comes to grants, we can't compare us to Tampa or Miami or Tallahassee. It would be to hire a completely new person, that'd be a hefty salary, and I would wonder what they would do with their time when they're not advising us, because that would be a very small portion of a full-time employee. And I think you said maybe we would take a different employee from the city attorney's office and like make them, their role would be advisor to the city council, is that right?
It's just all ideas at this point.
Okay.
We're here to discuss it. In the legal world, it just makes no sense. When I spoke to attorneys on the outside, some of them even chuckled and said, yes, that's not designed properly. What you got to understand is I'm not an attorney, but my job was explained to me very well with the 2-day course that I sat in. And it was very adamant on the structure of us being 2 separate entities and why that is. And then when I actively had the part, I noticed all these situations where we're not 2 separate entities. So you're not going to tell me that the creators of our form of government didn't have reasons that, that could come about, and I believe some have, that's why they created it the way they created it, and that it should be segregated. And it's not fully segregated. It's like we say we are and we're not.
But I don't see it as 2 legal entities. We're still one big family, right? We still all represent the city. And
yes,
so,
but I believe it puts our attorney in an awkward position.
that's probably true.
And I'm really trying not to talk about past situations, because they would be great examples, because we've all witnessed and experienced somewhat what went on. But none of that would be there if we stuck with the structure properly. Them things would have never arisen. They would have never come. There would never be doubt. I'll use myself as an example with combating opinions between me and staff on a certain topic. I'm going to Dolores with asking for help on helping me with that topic. Also, she also has to meet with people that are going against me, so it just doesn't feel right. It's not right. And I'm not saying that she in any way is giving either side right or wrong information. I believe it's a very uncomfortable position. You know, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I think it could be uncomfortable at times. If, for say today, you know, say our mayor and our city manager had differences, they would both be going to Dolores. And that, you know, and what I'm saying is, the structure was designed the way it was designed for a reason. There was supposed to be that segregation.
But why don't you think the people who created the charter included that when they designed this form of government?
It is part of that. It was just never implemented.
Having 2 city attorneys?
Yes. It was just never implemented.
Where is that in the charter?
It's part of the design. The design is to be segregated.
I'm saying specifically, I would.
If I'm being told that I'm wrong, then I was taught improperly my job, and I was explained things not properly by the 2-day class I had. But I believe that the 2-day educational class I had, and I know, council member, you didn't have, they didn't do that when you were
Not
elected.
in the olden days.
I thought it was very educational. It helped me understand a lot, the inner workings on powers that we do have and we don't have, what we're allowed to do, what we're not allowed to do. And it was made a big emphasis on why we are segregated, okay? So that the little issues are not feeling, having good feelings in certain situations never arise, because it doesn't happen. So even with down to our secretarial staff, you know, to me, you know, in the future, and I'm in no way implementing that there's a problem with our staff now. I'm not saying that, but I'm trying to explain to you the mechanics of it. The way it was explained to me is that we would hire our own staff that has nothing to do, no relation with City Hall. You got me? So that there would never be that doubt or worrying of trust or anything, because we're a separate entity. Okay, so it even comes up with hiring, with disciplinary action. We should not be using maybe city HR for our staff, because we're supposed to be a separate entity.
I don't think we could ever go that far as a city.
But what I'm saying is, that's the way it was taught to me. And then when we have situations, certain times in these situations, it's uncomfortable for both sides. And you can see the dysfunction because we're not set up properly. So that's my opinion. I've spoken to other attorneys. They agree with me. I'm not an attorney. So I might not have the right way to explain it to my fellow council members. But when I had these feelings and I saw it and I asked questions and I talked to attorneys, they agreed with me. So do we have to maybe request some outside knowledge from an outside attorney so that Dolores doesn't feel uncomfortable talking about this subject?
I'm not worried about making anyone feel uncomfortable, honestly. I'm not worried about that.
I am. I wouldn't want anyone that works for the city to feel on the spot or be uncomfortable.
I think it comes with working for the city, to be honest with you. It's our duty, all of us up here and staff, to tell the truth, even if it's uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And that's especially Dolores' job when it comes to giving legal advice. Sometimes she gives us like the worst news ever, but she has to tell us if it's the truth.
Sure.
So I'm not worried about making, no offense, Dolores, but making you feel uncomfortable. But I would like to hear your take. Do you want to now, or do we want to go through all of council first?
I'd rather hear from everyone. Like I said, I am not a legal professional.
We got plenty of lights on.
Okay.
Okay. I'll just
Let's hear
yield
from
now.
everyone.
Thank you.
First, I have the city attorney's light on, so we'll let her go first.
So I think it's important that we all start from one understanding. The role of the city attorney is spelled out in the charter, and the charter specifically provides for only one. It does not provide for a multitude. And if you want me to read from it, I can read from it, but it specifically says, there shall be a legal officer of the city appointed by the council to serve at their pleasure. The city attorney shall be employed under contract on a full-time basis. The city attorney shall serve as the chief legal advisor to the council, the city manager, and all city departments, offices, and agencies shall represent the city in all legal proceedings and shall perform such other duties as the council may deem necessary. The city attorney shall report directly to the city council and shall perform such duties as assigned by the city council. The council may from time to time hire one or more outside legal counsel to serve for such time and upon such terms as they may wish. So, I mean, I think that's pretty clear that you have one city attorney. Okay, so this is the most common structure among city council, city manager forms of government. Prior to attending and prior to getting that information from the city of Tampa, I put out on a listserv for local government attorneys. Does anybody know of any other cities in the state of Florida that have this kind of a dual representation? Somebody said Orlando may, somebody said possibly Tallahassee may have something. Jacksonville, which is a consolidated government, which so I'm excluding them because they're like a city/county and have like 19 commissioners. They may have something too, but it's very rare. It's not a commonality. The one that I was most familiar with was Tampa. Actually, on the listserv, the one that people tended to be most familiar with was Tampa. If the 2-day course that the council member is talking about is the orientation that we put on, I know what I said at the orientation. I know that because I've said it a number of different times. So I know that one of the things I say is, on a day-to-day basis, the attorneys in the city attorney's office spends most of their time with one or more department heads, the city manager, people who work under the city manager. But then we never lose sight of the fact that ultimately the city council is who we are answerable to. So I know I say that. I think when Councilmember Shepherd and I don't mean to speak for Councilmember Shepherd, and I'm not even taking it personally, and it takes a lot to insult me, so don't worry, Councilmember. If we're talking about is it ever uncomfortable to sit in this seat, the answer is yes, of course it is. And that's why there's a Florida Municipal Attorneys Association. That's why we have an annual seminar. That's why one of the things we talk about actually at that seminar is who is your client. And because it's something that in this, which is different than in the private sector. And not that I've ever been, the attorney for the McDonald's Corporation or anything, but it is somewhat different. So one of the things that Councilmember Shepherd and I have spoken about previously is this is one of the reasons why you try to hire an experienced municipal attorney to be or local government attorney to be your attorney, because there is a constant thread that runs through representing a city that when you talk to staff and you talk to the city council and when you talk to staff, I'll give you an example of a conversation we had years ago many years ago with a former city manager, many years. And we were talking about an ordinance. And we said, well, we think this is a real serious weakness. And they said, okay, but we want to do it. And we said, okay. And we said, as long as you understand we're going to talk to council and we're going to explain the weakness. And they said, well, why would you do that? You told us. And I said, because we have to tell council about that. Because we all answer to you. We're not separate entities. The charter has put in a structure where you are at the top of a pyramid and it gets wider. So he answers to you. The people under him are separate from you, but he answers to you. I answer to you. By the way, it would not be possible to have an attorney in the city attorney's office represent the city council separately. If the city council believes that you need to alter the charter in such a way that you need a separate city council attorney and the city attorney's office, then I recommend to you that you would have to really work on changing the charter, and that attorney would have to be separate. Now, I'll defer to Councilmember Long for just a moment, because, or maybe I'll just say he may recognize this. Attorneys are not particularly collaborative animals, okay? So by that I mean, not that we cannot collaborate, but we tend to advocate more than collaborate. And so that is one of the reasons why I asked the council attorney for the city of Tampa. I said, I notice in the charter it says you do ordinances. So does that mean you do ordinances and then the city attorney's office does ordinances and you both bring ordinances? And he said, I don't do ordinances. So we don't have that. We don't have dueling ordinances. So I'm just giving you an example of the fact that they, even though they are far more bifurcated than we are, that even there where the charter says they do ordinances, he does not do ordinances. But I just wanted to elaborate on these things. It is a constant thread in local government law in terms of who does the county attorney represent, who does the city attorney represent, and it's mostly guided by your charter, but your charter is what established your entire structure. And it's one of the things that provides the language that says you can't talk to people under the city manager without the authorization of the city manager. But no, and I'm not taking, maybe I should be, but I'm not taking it personally. Bear in mind, this is different than when you have a dispute with the city manager. When you say, well, what if the mayor has a dispute with the city manager? First of all, we don't represent the council individually, we represent you as a collegial body. So we basically represent a majority of you at all times. But the situation that Councilmember Nelson was referring to, that was a more personal difference between the city manager and the city council. That's different than a disagreement about would we be better off, I don't know, expanding the development services department or doing more road paving versus doing more dredging or whatever topics it is that, whatever projects they work on. So I just wanted to have you have an understanding that the system you have is the most common system. That doesn't mean that you're limited to that system, but if you want to change it, it will involve a change to the charter, which is why I did give you, just so you could have some additional insight, a copy of the provisions of the City of Tampa Charter.
Thank you, Councilmember Long.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think a lot of those points she hit on were some of the stuff that I wanted to discuss. I mean, I think just to be 100% clear, I think it is to everyone here, but just to the public that, you know, as an attorney and as attorneys, we have an incredible responsibility to our clients, and that's something we take very seriously. So I don't want anyone to infer rather that you know that any of that's been violated in any way by the city attorney, or that she might have breached that responsibility that she had to the client. I think some of the confusion here is who the client is, and you did a good job of explaining that. But even just condensing it further, just to break it down. Outside of the legalities of the charter that you had just described, is your obligation to the city and its citizenry, or to the council as a body? Would you say, Madam City Attorney?
My obligation is I represent the city as a municipal corporation. It is not to the citizenry. I mean, we don't represent the public.
Right. Okay. So if there was a situation, and I'm talking purely about the governmental stuff, I know you had made the distinction between the city manager and the previous issue that was more outside of the context of the regular operation of the city and rather sort of a litigation issue. If the city manager was to come to you on a particular topic, and it was something that we were at ends with regards to council here, and the city manager really wanted to bite his teeth into it, is that something that he typically would come to you about and seek actual counsel, legal counsel, as to you know, how that might weigh one way or the other, while on the other end of it you'd also come to us and we'd be speaking to you in the same context?
I think the city manager could come to me about his contract, for example, and say, what does it say about X? And I read it, and he may say, I read it this way, and does it let me do this or whatever? And I might say, no, it doesn't say that. I think you're going to have to go to the council and get that amended if you want to do that. But if it's a more fractious kind of thing, if it's then he would not be coming to me to solicit my advice if he was having an active employment dispute with the city council, because he would know that he would need to, he's a professional, he would know that he would need to have his own counsel for that. And there would be times, I don't want this council to think that there wouldn't be times where there might be a situation that would arise where we would obtain outside counsel for a specific project. And I don't just mean in the investigatory role that Councilmember Nelson was alluding to. I mean, there could be a situation where we say, you know what, let's get outside counsel to give everyone a sense of comfort. But I think the thing that really distinguishes you from, for example, the city council, city mayor form of government, strong mayor form of government, is all of the roads lead to you. There is no one here that is equal to you. So he is subordinate to you. And I mean, so, you know, he cannot veto what you are doing, even if he disagrees with what you are doing. He may refuse to do it. You can then deal with that accordingly. But all roads lead to you. You are not really separate entities. You are more like a pyramid.
Thank you. Yeah, and some of the other council members touched on it, and I don't want to belabor the point, although this is a serious conversation. But you know, without context, it's difficult, and so I'm sure he's got a couple examples that he'd love to provide, and for the sake of the fact that we're here, you know, in the public, that's not something that he's willing to do, and obviously I respect that. And I think I know the answer, but is this something that could be covered in a shade meeting?
No.
Right. So I'm struggling with how, I'm certain there's some context that would be helpful in discussing this further, but without being able to more or less air that out, and then itemize and fractionalize that and break it down. I'm at an end with how we proceed with this particular request. I don't necessarily have an issue with the procedural stuff or the attorney or providing staff. I think there's multiple instances when municipalities have contract attorneys that they bring on board, smaller attorneys that they actually have as their city attorney. We could potentially, if we did go down that road, implement a situation like that rather than having full-time staff. But as far as getting there, I have trouble without context, and we can't really provide that context here. So it's a predicament. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you. That was actually one of my questions was if we chose to, I know that there's a comfortable situation of knowing that you're representing both the city and council as well, and I know you're not uncomfortable with it at all because it's a position that you take. But as council, as we get busier, and we know your office is busy, would we be able to have, like we have outside counsel or outside attorneys for some of the stuff that your office does on our own, to maybe put a budget item in that would give us an attorney that we could contact and ask questions to as part of our council budget? This way we didn't have to go directly through your office. Is there ability to do that? Would that solve, well, my question to Dan, would that, or Councilmember Shepherd, would that solve some of your concern, is that, you know, we're sharing some things with an office that might get shared with another office. If we had the ability to contact another attorney to ask those questions, is that an ability of some sort of medium point?
I don't think that I'm not sure that I understand what you're saying, other than I think that if you felt you needed outside counsel for something, I don't know what you're alluding to that you would need it for, then the way that conversation would happen is we would have a conversation about why you thought you needed outside counsel to do that. But I think under your charter, the city attorney's office represents the city. Therefore, any outside counsel also represents the city. So who's representing the city? Do you see what I'm saying?
I do.
But obviously, you know, if you all thought, oh, well, maybe we need outside counsel to deal with some potential project or some particular undertaking that we think we're going to do. I mean, certainly we have no shortage of outside counsel. It's one of the things that everyone points out to me every year in my evaluation about how much you'd love to have less outside counsel. But certainly it's something that and we work with you, we want to help you. But the reason I made that comment a minute ago about we're not so collaborative is anytime we look at any other attorney's work, we look at it from the perspective of how does this affect the city? And that is what we do. We look at it that way. That's one of the reasons I said you wouldn't be able to have an attorney in the city attorney's office who would independently represent the city council. Bear in mind, when I look at any other attorney's work, I look at it in terms of how are they writing this and how does it affect my client? My client is the city. So
I guess my question is, if we wanted an attorney.
And we don't keep you from outside counsel. I mean,
That's what I'm
certainly, I
saying.
think we have a history of
We could, if we wanted to, work with outside counsel if it's in regards to whatever subject that we felt uncomfortable working with the city attorney's office on.
Yes, and I think that would be part of a collaborative effort. There would be a reason generally for that topic, like, I can't think of what it might be right now. But, but certainly there would be an opportunity. There are times when there are very sensitive topics, for example.
What I'm trying to get at is I don't think that we need a separate attorney just for city council. I don't think we're warranted with that. Obviously, the charter doesn't have it in it. Knowing that we have the ability to go to outside counsel with whatever we wanted to, as you said, we're at the top of the pyramid without going and stepping on other people's toes. We have the ability to do that right now as it is. So I don't see that we would need a second city attorney just for council. The need that I see in the city attorney's office, and this might not be the point to bring it up or even the forum, but we're here and we're talking about the attorney's office, is I know a lot of our top level attorneys have been with us for a long time. I know you're not going to be with us forever, Dolores, even though we'd love to keep you here. We also have another city attorney who's nearing the age of retirement, and I don't know if we want to discuss how we want to approach being that we set the city attorney. If we could have discussions later on about what our plans are as far as if you were to retire soon, what we would do and how we get that out in the open sooner than later, so we're not caught behind, preparing for that. If you've got someone in your office that learns and does things like that. So future on, I would like to have that conversation with you too.
Yeah, I'll weigh in real quickly. First, when you're talking attorneys, I think the only time that you engage in any type of dialogue with an attorney typically is on legal matters, and legal matters only. Now, in a broader sense, if we're looking for some type of advice from an individual that has other types of a broader knowledge or experience in other matters, I think that's another topic for itself. But as far as an attorney is concerned, I think we only converse with our city attorney typically on legal matters. So I think this council has the power, if we feel the need at any given time that we need outside counsel for any reason, if we have that discussion collectively and decide collectively we want that outside representation for whatever the topic is, for whatever the reason is, we have that opportunity to do that. But we have to do that collectively as a council. Same thing goes with the city manager. If the city manager is meeting with us on our one-on-one meetings, and we don't like a direction that the city manager may be going in, or maybe we don't feel that we should go in that direction, the way that we handle that is here in a council meeting collectively, where as a body, we directed the city manager to do A, B, or C. And if he doesn't do A, B, or C after we direct him as a council, well, then that's a different situation that we could address. So I think one thing that we have to keep in mind moving forward, we really have the power collectively to do exactly what we want to do as a body. And at any given time, if we are uncomfortable with any situation or any topic, or maybe any direction from the city attorney's office, the city manager's office, we have a obligation to bring that up and discuss it. We are not afforded the same opportunity that our city attorney does and our city manager. I can't go over to your office and sit down and have a discussion. Our only time to have that discussion is here where we are today. So at any given time, if you do feel uncomfortable, my recommendation is, as uncomfortable as it may be, we have to have that discussion here. And we'll just have to, put it out on the table exactly what the problem is. And collectively, I have all the confidence in the world that we'll work through that as a council. Whether it's a legal matter or whether it's a matter involving the city attorney, the city manager or the city auditor. So I think we have more power than we really give ourselves credit for, because collectively we can direct the city manager who has 1,500 employees under him. So we can't direct them, but we can direct the city manager in a policy decision moving a certain direction. So I think it's a case-by-case situation that we have to look at. I don't think there's an umbrella that will cover it all. There were some examples given of previous circumstances a couple years ago. I do believe that was out of the norm. But if that ever presented itself again, we as a collective body can make whatever decision we feel necessary to resolve that issue. So I think we need to keep that in mind. So that's how I see this. I think we already have pretty much what you're asking for.
Check.
I think we have to go in a different direction how to get there, is my opinion. Councilmember Tate.
I'll just briefly, just so Councilmember Shepherd knows, I answered him. First of all, I hired city attorney. That's sitting right there. And we've been through this. I always have that historical perspective.
You've been here since.
Yeah, exactly. So she does have your back. And I can only say from experience, there's been all kinds of experiences up here where it's been, where she protects us. And don't forget, we as an elected body just hired an outside counsel for something, and she guided us to that outside counsel.
Correct.
The city manager did not guide us. She guided us because that is her role, is to guide us in what's best for us. So I'm very comfortable in the process that we have. I hope she's going to be around for a while, and when she's not, there is a process in place. It's not like you get a deputy attorney because we have an office full of attorneys. I'm very comfortable with the situation. I have no desire to change it. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayden.
Yeah, I'm going to come at this from two perspectives, and I appreciate your thoughts. Orientation. One, I came away with a completely different view. One was, I didn't think it was about a separatist approach or a segregation type of thing. I saw it as a connecting thing. Not only did they inform us of how different departments work, and I remember asking the questions because I think in the past it had been, if we wanted to talk to a department head, we went through the city manager. The city manager at the time said, you're free to call the department head. If you need to talk to staff beyond that, then we'll set that up. So I think the effort was being made there to put us at ease that if we didn't have to go through this long chain of command to try and reach people, that we could get to the department head. So I looked at it as a way where they were trying to bring us together into the system, into the city, and make those connections right away. I think there's a great sense of comfort, confidence, and security, especially in the legal profession, when you know you can go to legal definitions, legal cases, case precedents, and get your information from there. To me, the legal profession is set up in a way that they already have their information. They don't necessarily have to give us an interpretation or an opinion. They can refer us to the legal definition as a guidance on where we need to go. So, I know Dolores doesn't feel uncomfortable because she's got that big book in front of her that she can refer to. She has, and if she isn't certain about something, she can contact another legal professional and find out about it. So I think that's the one profession where you've kind of taken interpretation and possible philosophy or perspective out of it because you have those legal definitions you can refer to. I found this past year, if I had legal questions, I found her team to be completely helpful and informative. There may be cases where I disagreed with it, but she had the legal definition in black and white, and I think that makes a difference in a lot of our cases. So I'm comfortable with the system that we're working in now. I think when we all left the orientation that day, we said, please continue this, and I'm sorry other council members that are here didn't have that, because I think it allowed us to hit the ground running a little bit more than if we wouldn't have had that. It didn't shut any doors to me. It opened more doors and gave me a sense of connection and comfort that we could move forward with this city and that we weren't separated. That we weren't just in a physical place in our office separated from the rest of City Hall. That connection had been established as a team, and that's what I took from orientation. That's all.
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing. I didn't bring this up because I thought there was intent of malice in any way, or that anyone in the legal department did anything wrong. Dolores has been an excellent help to me this past year, and I have no complaints. I think what threw the red flag up to me was the way it was explained, because what you have to understand is I never had this position and I never worked for the government. So I'm used to something totally different. And what I was very passionate about when I took this position is I wanted to make sure that I knew what my tools were and how to use them properly so that I can be successful with this job. I wanted to be as successful as possible for the people that elected me, was my goal. So in that 2-day educational class, I just took it very strongly when I was told, council has the staff they have, the 3 secretarial staff, the auditor, and your own attorney that work for you exclusively, and the city manager has this group that work for him exclusively. So I think that maybe this is a learning curve for me, but I think it's a learning curve for when our next group of council members are elected. I think we should continue that class because it's been a tremendous asset for me with being able to do my job from day one with the education that was given. It wasn't that much information, but the amount of information we got in that 2 days was extremely helpful, instead of just like I've heard from our mayor when he said he started his first day. It was like, wow, you don't know much. You're elected and you're basically handed all these tools. So I think it was a tremendous asset. I would say that maybe rethink on how you explain that situation of the divide that I looked at as a divide. It's being explained to me that it's not really so much of a divide, and I think that was my uncomfortableness. My uncomfortableness was wanting to do what's right, and when it was explained to me, I took it very strongly for what I got out of that conversation. And so that is the only reason I brought it up. And if everybody's fine with how things are, I'm fine too. Like I said, I haven't had any bad experiences. I was just uncomfortable because it seemed to me like this is the way it is, and then when it wasn't the way that I thought it was explained, I'm like, something's wrong here. Is the system broken? So that's the reason I brought it up. So I don't want the citizens watching to think there was some big legal matter that Mr. Shepherd had a problem with that didn't get taken care of properly, because that is not it at all. It was my training for the position and looking at something in a different manner than what's being explained today. So, and Dolores has been a great help with me with the different projects that I've been working with the city. She's gave me all the time I needed, and she's done research on everything I asked her to do research on. So I don't want anybody to have any bad feelings about me bringing this up. It's just, I'm very adamant about doing my job to the best of my ability, and I want to make sure that I'm using my tools properly, and that all of us are using our tools properly. And that was my goal. So,
All right,
that's it.
thank you. All right, we'll move on. You had, item 7 is extended travel route for the downtown parade. You brought that up, Councilmember Shepherd?
Yeah, and I want to take that off. I
Okay.
want to talk about that.
All right.
I got the education that I needed, and I thought this was the place to get that education, but I already got it.
Okay. All right, so we're going to remove that item for discussion. And we'll move on to item 5 is roundtable discussions.
I have
Any
something.
council members?
Just real quick, I know we're all ready to be done now, but as you know, I'm the liaison to the Districting Commission. We had a member resign this week, so we're down one. I think we have a few options. I want to make sure I'm stating it correctly, so Madam City Clerk, I think we can either appoint from the pool of people that already applied, right? Or we can do a new advertisement for applicants, or we can just leave it vacant.
Those are the 3 choices that I'm aware of.
Okay. So I just wanted to bring that up today, because if we're going to reappoint, or going to appoint someone, we should do it as soon as possible. And the December 15th meeting would be when we would do that, so.
And how many meetings have you had so far?
2.
2? Okay, my suggestion would be that we pick from the pool applicants that we had already.
Can I respond to that real quick, because Councilmember Cosden didn't see the person in the room, but remember Andrew's son who was here at the initial meeting, and I asked if we could just appoint the 2 that were there at the time, Kevin Carnes and him, and then he didn't make it the second time. The only person in attendance from the public that day was him, and he was taking notes, which really impressed me.
It's true.
So, as a possibility, when we do have it in the next meeting, looking back on the applicants that didn't make it, he, to me, started to separate himself, that he would be a logical choice in that situation because he was at that meeting. Okay.
It's a good idea. I hadn't put that together.
Yeah, and I think if I recall correctly, he was probably the next individual that had the most votes.
He was.
If I recall correctly. So that would be my recommendation.
Fine with that.
Pick from the pool people, and maybe if the city clerk could reach out to those individuals, see if they're still interested, and then maybe we can add that onto next week's agenda, please.
Which district resigned?
District 2, Lawrence Gillis.
Okay.
So
Okay.
do we need to ask them to come to the meeting, or are we good with, I don't want to make them come back and do the whole interview process unless we want them to.
I think since it's been so short a time, I can recall the
Okay.
conversation, so I think we do need to reach out to see if they're still interested, because I would hate to appoint someone and then come to find out that person's no longer interested.
Okay.
Yeah, I would reach out to the entire pool that we had, not anyone new, just so we have the list.
Yep,
I
and I
know,
think that should be the city clerk that.
Andrew was the second most vote getter on that last vote, so I don't see it being a problem. I think he'll respond, but I think in all fairness to the other applicants, we at least reach out to them and get a yes or no.
Yep, I
Absolutely.
agree.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
I'll take care of that tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other roundtable discussion? Seeing none, time and place of future meetings, we have an executive session, a shade meeting involving ITS security discussion closed to the public per state statute 281.301 to be held on Wednesday, December 15th, 2021, beginning at 3 p.m. in conference room 220A. And also we have a regular meeting. Cape Coral City Council is scheduled for Wednesday, December 15th, 2021 at 4:30 p.m. here in council chambers. Do we have a motion for adjournment? Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.
under the tree lighting, right?
Yep.